Testing, 1, 2, testing. Testing, 1, 2, testing. Little quiet, Brad. I'm going to do this one. Microphone 2, testing, 1, 2. Brad, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Brad? Testing, 1, 2. Seems like this one's a little not very hot. I'm not sure. I don't want to get in front of a speaker. So these two should be on 1 and 2. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, she can hear it. Jenny, you can still hear it? Hey, Brad. I'm gonna go test the other two microphones for volume. Okay. So she's getting. Hey, Jenny. Just testing one more. Is that coming through too?
Excuse me, if I could get your attention, if we have any of the honorary pallbearers that have not been pinned yet with the blanket, could you please come to the north side of the tent so we can blanket you? Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, folks, I'm wondering if we can start having people coming in from the outside and take your seats. We're going to start moving forward to bringing the family in. Thank you. Excuse me. I'm just wondering if we could start having folks take a seat before the family starts coming in with the procession. Appreciate it. So I'm not sure where the some of our volunteers are, ushers. Would it be helpful if we filled some of these individual seats? Try and open up a little bit of space for folks that are coming with 2 to 3 people type of a situation. So if you wouldn't mind moving up a little bit, that'd be helpful. Oh, you gotta hold it. Okay. Just
Sound. Make sure.
all right, check. Okay. All right. All right, folks, if I could please ask you to come in and take your seats. Very much appreciate it. The family's going to be bringing their loved one in, and we just want to make sure that they have space to move through the aisles as they bring their loved ones in. So I guess while we're doing final situations here, I'll just introduce myself. So my name is Justin Parker. I'm a Makah tribal member from the Parker family, related to the Grinnell family as well. Work with the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission. Been around the Grinnell family since I was in middle school, I think it was. So grew up fishing alongside them, working alongside them. And in our latter years, as our careers evolved and moved in different directions. And the family asked me to serve as MC as part of this role that I'll be playing today. Do appreciate all the people that have stepped up, volunteered. Going through a difficult situation like this, losing a loved one, family truly appreciates everybody's help, their assistance, everything that's been offered up. I guess I'm very honored today to be here as we remember and reflect on the life of Kurt Grinnell. And the program is laid out exactly how the family wanted it. And we're going to have some difficult moments. There's no question about it. But we're also going to hear some good stories. There's going to be some laughter. There's going to be some tears. There should be some Kleenex for those of you that have Kleenex around the seats. If you don't have any, I believe we have some back here on the back tables. And as the family makes their way, they're just around in the corner here. And so I want to be cognizant as they come in. As far as the flow of the program, we have a number of speakers lined up, and they already know who they are. They're in the program. But there will be an opportunity at the end of the program when we move into an open mic situation. And at that time, I would ask anybody that would love to say some words, please let me know. And I'll keep a running list of that so we can keep the flow of the program moving. There's also going to be at the end of after the open mic, there will also be a sharing of songs, prayers, etc. So whatever the tribes or families decide they want to do, we'll try and keep a running list of that as well. I just ask you to be flexible as we move into that part of the service. So again, I'll just call on the Grinnell family as they make their way to their seats here, and go ahead and remain seated as they bring in their loved one. Okay, please be seated. Thank you. So at this time, I know we're asking people to sit down, but we have honorary pallbearers. And I'd ask that all the honorary pallbearers, if you could just stand up where you are. I'm not going to run through the list of everybody, but just so folks know, the ones that are wrapped with the blankets are the honorary pallbearers for today's service. And I'm also going to call on our tribal dignitaries, elected officials. If you wouldn't mind standing as well. as well as all of our local, state government, etc., county commissioners, and elected officials, if you wouldn't mind standing too. Thank you. You may be seated. So on behalf of the Grinnell family, a sincere thank you to all who are here in person and watching online. I would like to welcome you to this celebration of life for Kurt Grinnell. The family strongly requests that there be no photos or videos taken during this sacred time. This honors the family as well as the tribe's wishes. To Terry, Lonnie, Eric, Jaden, Gregory, Brock, Colton, Grant, Fred, Lane, Jack, Michelle, Julie and Brian, the many nieces and nephews and their children, my heart goes out to you. This is a very difficult time, and I hope some of the words you hear today will bring some comfort. The lives Kurt touched and the impact he had is far-reaching. Life is so precious, and we don't know when our time on this earth will come to an end. Today, we're focusing on the 57 great years that we had with Kurt. This celebration of life might be a little different to some. I consider it somewhat of a contemporary service with a mix of some culture, some traditions, a little bit of politics, with some COVID protocols on the side. There's, like I said, there's going to be laughter, there's going to be some tears, all kinds of emotions, great stories. I just asked Ron, you keep it PG though. We got youth in the. One thing that is certain, the way this service plays out is exactly how the family wanted it to. So I just ask you all to keep that in mind. I will next ask Mr. Bill Lobner if he could come and offer the opening prayer. And then when Bill's done, we'd ask you to stay up here so we can wrap you with a blanket.
Thank you. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, our Creator, we've gathered here today to honor one of our tribal leaders, Kurt Grinnell. Heavenly Father, it is with profound loss that we pray your Holy Spirit would meet with us today with comfort and strength, Lord, as we pray. We ask that your presence and strength would uphold Kurt's wife, Terry, parents, Elaine and Fred, his brother, Jack and his wife, his sister, Julie, and her husband, along with his children, Lonnie and Jaden, and their families. We ask for special strength for Terry as she navigates through this very difficult time. Heavenly Father, your word says that you are close to those who mourn and those who are of a broken heart. And yea, though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, O Lord, we will fear no evil, for we know that you are with us. May your precious Holy Spirit be with those who speak today. May we be heavenly minded, remembering that death is only a temporary separation. And although we grieve, we know that Kurt is walking and talking with Jesus right now, O Lord, in that sweet by and by. Bless this gathering, Heavenly Father. Lift up the family. And we thank you for being in the midst of us today, O Lord. And we pray this in the mighty name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And everybody said, amen.
So, Bill? So, Mr. Lobner, on behalf of the Grinnell family, please accept this blanket as a symbol of their gratitude for sharing your heart today. For those that may not be familiar with this, we culturally wrap a person for being a part of the ceremony. It's a sign, a symbol of great appreciation and gratitude, and we thank you for being a part of this today. Thank you, Teresa and Rochelle. All right, next I'm going to ask Mr. Joseph Price if he could come and lead the opening song.
Aici scoace siam Nishaicha, Betchqui Joseph Price, Chinakate Nixcliam. My name is Joseph Price and I come from Port Gamble. And I've been very honored to ask to sing today by the family. When we talked about the sharing the songs and stories, you know, what we're doing is we're bringing medicine to the family. We're uplifting them. And in our languages, Tingayut, Tayutsun, I'm bringing you medicine. I'm bringing you all medicine. And that's what we're going to be doing today. So this first song we're going to sing or the first song that's going to be sung is a prayer song. It's a song that I use when I need that strength. And I hope it brings strength to you. And then the second song, I'll explain the second song, but this is the first song. Whoa, hey, oh. Whoa, hey, oh. Yahweh, Yahweh. Whoa, hey, oh. Whoa, hey, oh. Yahweh, Yahweh, oh, hey, oh, oh, hey, oh, Yahweh, Yahweh, oh, hey, oh, oh, hey, oh, I hope that song brings you strength, and it shows our love that we have for you, Elaine. The second song is a song that it's a fairly new song that we sing when we're together with our sister tribes, Elthwa and Statithlam. And if there's any Elwas in Jamestown that want to come up and sing with us, you're more than welcome to. In our language, it's Thingeth Qui Eamt Am. We sing strong. And we're doing that today. We're singing strong for the family, and we're giving them our medicine. And like I said, the words I used before, Tingeyutsun, I'm giving you medicine, Elaine, and the family. And this song, We Sing Strong, was one of Kurt's favorite songs. And I got a little bit of story before we go. I always carry 2 drums. It depends on the weather. Some days it's rainy and some days it's not. And I carry this Remo one. It's a synthetic, but it like on days when it's singing at the beach or we're out there in the bad weather, this drum doesn't get flat when I'm out here in the wet weather. And we were down here, and I had this drum with me, and we were welcoming the canoes as they were coming through on the journey. And Kurt looked at it, and he was like, "Where'd you get that drum?" He was asking me about this drum and how come I use this drum instead of the other one. And I was telling him that same story. I carry 2 drums because one's I can use in all weather, and the other one I mainly use inside. And he thought that was pretty cool. And so on the next stop, we were over at Katai, Port Townsend, and we were welcoming canoes there. And we get there early because we're, the Nexgliam territory is huge. So we were over there welcoming the canoes. And here comes Kurt, and he had a drum just like this. And I asked him, "Where'd you get that?" He's like, "I ran down to Silverdale early in the morning to the music store. Got one." And that was one of the things about Kurt I really enjoyed was, he started picking up the singing, and he started coming around more. And whenever we got in the circle, I always invited him into the circle to sing with us. And he was saying he wasn't ready to take a lead on some of the songs yet, but he was always stood in the circle, and I was always impressed with that. Hey yo, ho, hey, hey, ho, hey, hey, yo, hey yo, ho, hey, hey, ho, hey, hey, yo, hey yo. Hey, I raise my hands up to the family.
All right, thank you, Joseph Price, Port Gamble Sklallam tribe, and our other Sklallam and Klallam relatives. Appreciate it. Thank you, Joanne. Oh, Clicko. So I will now ask Pastor Mike Van Proyen to come and share a homily.
My name is Pastor Mike Van Proyen. I pastor Kingsway Foursquare Church here in Sequim. And I've had the privilege to pastor some of the Grinnell family for some time. And had the privilege and several times, to speak with Kirk at church on occasion. I grew up in the foothills of Mount Pilchuck on the other side of the pond, outside of Granite Falls, when there were no houses. And in our front yard were 4 very large cedar trees. I mean, really big ones. Matter of fact, they were so large, one of them, as kids, we'd stretch to get around them. And all 4 of us would try to link hands to get around them. And it was always, it's a great memory for me to remember those trees growing up and seeing all the life that was always there. Little chipmunks, squirrels, raccoons, eagles, ravens, and every other bird you can think of, robins. There was all this life, and every year it would just shed all these little seeds everywhere. And we'd have to rake them up, and of course that wasn't the pleasant part of it. But I was thinking about Kurt, and that was the thought I came to with the tree. Jesus told a story in Matthew 13 when he said, "The kingdom of heaven is like a small seed, which a man took and planted in his field. And when it grows, it is a large tree, so that the birds of the air come and perch on its branches." Kurt Grinnell was a cedar tree. Strong, life-giving. And we are here because many of us rested on his branches and received life through his life. You can know a man by the product of his life, the legacy of his life. I asked Lonnie and Jaden to describe their dad, and the words came very quick. Kind, loving, faithful, generous, but the one that was strongest was peacemaker. He was a man of peace. And Jesus said these words, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called sons of God." Kurt made a profession of faith in Christ, and by the testimony of his children, his life reflected the image of Christ. We can rest knowing that Kurt is in the hands of our Lord, and heaven is real. This is not the end. That is faith, believing in what you don't see, having certainty of one's soul. Today, we do celebrate Kurt's life, and we should. There should be much gratitude today, for he was amongst us. But there are also conflicting emotions. He's gone. The truth is, none of us really want to be here. It's a tragic day on this earth. Kurt was just 57 years old. And naturally, that causes any normal human being to ask why. And in moments like this, the simple common sense is usually best. Accidents happen, and good people die. And a good man died in an accident. And sometimes, on this side of heaven, that's the only answer we'll get. Our soul needs to grieve. And it's okay to be sad. When someone whom you love is not there, it should hurt. That's because love existed there. That meant love was there. And love is a gift. The greatest of gifts. And Kurt was a gift. And we're here to honor him as a gift. In the Old Testament, in Ecclesiastes chapter 7, written 3,000 years ago, these words, I believe, still ring true today. Wisdom is found in the house of mourning. That's this place right now. You can learn more in this moment, right now, and more deeply than any feast. We are reminded that life is precious. And in a moment, it can end. There are people in your lives now that are alive, that are around you. If you hold a grudge, forgive. Because when life is over, that's gone. The time to say I love you is now. The time to help is now. For those who are left, we seek to grasp hope in the midst of all of this. As a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, and at the request of the family, I am here to proclaim to you that hope. This is not the end. Jesus Christ said this, what I'm about to say, at a time where a man had perished and died, and he spoke it to the family. It is recorded in the book of John, when he looked at a grieving family and said this, I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me will live, even though he dies. And whoever lives and believes in me will never die. Do you believe this? The words of our Lord. Do you believe this? In a place like this, with the tent, house of mourning, we face the reality of death. We face what we believe. We face what we hope for. We face the future. For all of us have the same destiny on this earth, save the return of Christ. One day, all of our lives will end. All of us. And Jesus Christ, the Son of God, died so that we can have hope. That death cannot have its permanent sting in our lives. For he has the power of it. And he rose from the dead and conquered death to prove it. As a believer, we grieve as we should. A chapter has closed. But we do not grieve without hope. the Lord gives us that hope. And so in moments like this, we should find the wisdom that 3,000-year-old statement said in the book of Ecclesiastes. We should consider our own lives and eternity. Because one day it will come for us all. Kurt and his immediate family have found that path. These ashes, the remains of Kurt's body, are just that. They have no life. But Kurt still lives. And that is supernatural. That is not natural. That is supernatural. One day, those who trust in the Lord will see him again. Those who believe, this is not goodbye, but see you later. For this is not the end. It is the beginning of, it's the end of the beginning. Jesus' word needs to be spoken very clearly here. This is not me. This is the Lord's words. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. In those words, Jesus declared that there is but one way to heaven, through him. And he made it simple for all of us. For God so loved the whole world, that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. I encourage you to put your trust in Jesus Christ for the salvation of your soul. In honor of Kurt and the request of the family, for a moment, privately, we will take a moment of silence to ponder these words. Now I'll pray. Almighty God, Father in heaven, the earth is yours and everything in it. Your kingdom come and your will be done. You are the God of all comfort. So I ask that you would comfort those who mourn. Lord, into the darkness and bring the light. Give hope in the midst of despair. Heal the brokenhearted. Help us grieve with hope. And now we commit Kurt Grinnell's spirit to you until that great and mighty day when the Lord himself will come down from heaven, and with a loud voice of the archangel and with a trumpet call of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. And we who are alive will be caught up in the clouds to the Lord in the air. And in that day, Lord, we look that every tribe, every nation, will be before you, and for those who follow you will be with you forever. And so we comfort each other with these words. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Before I move on, I know there's a number of people on the outskirts. I just want to make sure that your intentions is to stand, but if you need a seat, there's some, I see a couple seats, 2 pairs of 2 over here. There's 1 seat here. There's, it's kind of scattered throughout, but if you need a seat, please work your way in. Now would be a good time to do that. Anybody? Okay. Just some more housekeeping points. Remember to turn your cell phones off or at least mute them. It would be very much appreciated. I know there's some Kleenex out there, so if you need Kleenex, I think we have some runners. I'm not sure where the water is though. I grabbed the last 2 on each end. Okay. And then we also have the Santa cans in the restroom facilities, so please use as you see fit. With that, thank you again, Pastor, for those words. He had mentioned the peacemaker that Kurt was, and that's definitely something that comes to mind when I think of Kurt. Even if you disagreed with him, he could agree to disagree and do it in the most professional, polite way, and you'd at least know the facts. You'd know where he's coming from. You know his point of view and why he landed on that decision. And so that was, a good adjective for Kurt. So the family had asked me to read a letter that they wrote and would like to share with everybody. Friends and relations, from the bottom of our broken hearts, we thank you for coming today to celebrate a man we all loved and respected. He was our beloved husband, father, grandfather, son, brother, and uncle. He treasured his connections and relationships with each and every one of you and would be honored by your attendance. Your support of us during this time of anguish has helped immensely in our time of grief. We have felt so much support in visits, gifts of food and flowers, phone calls, texts, emails, and cards. Your words and actions have been a healing balm as we see the reach of Kurt. It has been incredible to see the immense number of lives he touched, and we count ourselves blessed to be his family. We are all better for knowing and loving him. We will hold dear each memory we have with Kurt. That genuine smile and infectious laugh will never fade. Thank you. All right, I am going to call Pastor Van Proyen back up and to read the obituary.
The family mourns the loss of Kurt Frederick Grinnell, who passed away in Port Angeles on Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. Kurt was born to Fred and Elaine Grinnell in Port Angeles, Washington on November 11th, 1963. Kurt was a graduate of the class of 1982 from Port Angeles High School, where he was a talented wrestler, football player, and raced motocross. After his attendance at Haskell Indian Nations University and the University of Washington, Kurt worked as an Indian child welfare caseworker and chemical dependency counselor. He helped many local children walk through chemical dependency and tough living conditions, taking each child's emotional wounds into his own heart. Kurt was kind, loving, and faithful husband. He and Terry were true partners, being each other's strength in the areas of need. In marriage, they were inseparable, and they were each other's biggest fan. He and Terry started their relationship in middle school and remained friends in high school, including walking together at graduation. Some years after high school, they found each other again and married in 1999. Their priority was raising 2 daughters. They enjoyed it to the fullest. Kurt and Terry were front row parents at every school and extracurricular activity such as competitive shooting, music, 4-H, sports, chaperoning high school dances, skiing, snowboarding, and traveling all over the US and world. And that just made me tired just thinking about it there. After children left home, the fun did not stop. Kurt and Terry continued adventures in travel, Harley rides, camping, attending Seahawk games, and so much more. Kurt was an amazing entrepreneur and visionary. He was not afraid of risks and dreamed big. Terry helped in bringing his visions and dreams to reality. This came true in his business ventures, which eventually led him to create his own business in construction and aquaculture. His most recent venture was the creation of the Jamestown Seafood. Kurt and Terry were the backbone of this business, and their marriage led them to be strong business partners as well. One important gifting that Terry will always remember is that Kurt was the bridge builder. He brought many people together and was a peacemaker, and he touched the lives of so many throughout his life. A devoted father, Kurt supported his daughters in their ambitions. He instilled in them from a young age the knowledge that with hard work and determination, they could reach any heights to which they aspired, and was always a wise counsel to them as they strove on just as he taught. This he did for many others as well. Kurt could always be called upon for advice, a safe listening ear, and was generous with his time to everyone. Adored by his grandsons, Kurt visited them in Alaska as frequently as possible, always excited for the next visit. When the grandsons visited Washington each fall, Kurt was a loving and attentive grandparent and naturally demonstrated a balance between doing activities with them, such as riding motorcycles, fishing, and companionable silence, while teaching how to pound nails into a wood block with his oldest grandson. Kurt was a citizen of the Jamestown Sklallam tribe, and throughout his life had extensively involved even before its federal recognition in 1981. At different points in his life, Kurt was a gillnet fisherman, a gooey duck diver, a shellfish farmer. He served on the tribal council from 2004 until his passing, as well as countless local and state committees and boards. He worked tirelessly to bring food sustainability to the tribe, always thinking of the 7th generation into the future. His involvement included work at the local level as well as the state and federal, for which he received recognition. Kurt's legacy will be the innumerable relationships he built with individuals from every walk of life. His trustworthiness, his empathy, leadership, steadfast resolve earned him the respect of people numerous to count. To those left to cherish his memory include his loving wife, Terry Horseman Grinnell, daughters Lonnie Grinnell Greniger with Eric, Jaden Bostick with Gregory, grandsons Brock, Colt, Grant, parents Fred and Elaine Grinnell, siblings Jack with Michelle and Julia, Terry's siblings Carol Mortensen, Horseman, with Deborah, as well as many nieces and nephews and their children. Hawk Grinnell with Martha, Nick Grinnell, Mac Grinnell, Kaya Grinnell with John, Michael Donahue with Molly, Sarah Klostemeyer with Jake, John Donahue with Justine, Kelly Mortensen, and Garrett Horseman with Paige.
Thank you, Pastor. So we're going to ask Teresa and Rochelle if they would wrap you. And again, we appreciate, family appreciates everything that you've done, Mike. Just really the prayers, the guidance, the visits, and they just want to show their gratitude for all the work that you've done to help make this a comforting process as much as you can. So we truly appreciate it. So thank you, Mike. All right. Well, like I said, we're getting a little bit of everything today. Had some songs for our Clallam and Sklallam brothers and sisters. We had a religious homily. The pastor, again, thank you. Now we're going to be shifting gears, and this is the part that I mentioned, politics. So if you notice in the program, our next group of people are all elected officials. And boy, you see Ron and Francis and Jeremy, you think there's an intertribal dispute going on now, and got them under the same roof here. So I know I'm going to pay for that on Monday, but then you had Derek in the crowd. Do I need a red light, green light so they can start their testimony now? And Ron's on a time limit, right? He only gets 3 minutes, 4, 5. So anyway, Teresa told me to say that, Ron. So the whole council was in agreement on that. But anyway, without further ado, I'd like to start with our first speaker, Chairman Ron Allen, longtime friend, council member, mentor to Kurt.
Let me use this. See how it works. Thanks, Justin. Want to take a minute? Reminds me of when I lost my brother. And I think of Kurt like a brother. Took me a while back then when I lost my brother. And you know who was there for me? It was Kurt. All the things that have been said about Kurt and will be said is a very special man. For me, he was a friend and a brother. One thing about Kurt, I think that all you know, he had your back. You could always turn and look over your shoulder, and Kurt was there with a smile. Probably even had a little joke. He had a sense of humor. He was special. He was a family man. He was a community man. He was a man proud of Jamestown and Sklallam people. Justin jokes about, our sister tribes, but for Kurt, we were Sklalams, all Sklalams. We just had 3 bands. He was a partner for me as we were defending treaty rights, our natural resources, something that was very special and ingrained in our culture, our way of life. We'd go to many, many meetings, intertribal meetings. And one of us was a good cop, one of us was a bad cop. Can you figure out which one's which? That's why everybody loved Kurt. It was kind of annoying to me. I didn't have very many friends. But he was just a great friend to be with. As another way I reference to him in the media, he was a tower of strength. He was special to me in many, many ways. I mean, as I grew up with him and watched him grow up, and in terms of when he started fishing, etc. But his birthday and my dad's birthday were one day apart. And I always thought of my dad as a strong man. And that's what I always thought of Kurt. He was this real silent, calm, gentle strength. And very proud of his heritage, very proud of his family, very proud of everything that he did in this life. It was a big deal to him. So he just was a tower man, tower of strength, and a very humble. I don't know anybody who ever saw him angry. Maybe out in the water, whoever he was fishing with. Might have been Jack, I don't know, teaching Jack how to fish. But, so I thought it was a special gift for me as we think of those who influenced us. And, I think of many. I've been around a lot of leaders, Joe Delacruz and Mel Tenasket and Sam Kagi and Dan Jones and on down the line. There's a lot of them here in the Northwest. We're very blessed. But I considered Kurt one of those mentors. He was younger than me, but just his style and his approach, was something that was very special to me. He and I talked a lot in our different journeys together. And we shared visions about Jamestown, visions about self-governance, visions about self-reliance, visions about who we are as a people. And he took Sklallam, strong people, very seriously. He always thought of us as strong people. Always thought of us as this is who we are. We'll take care of ourselves. When I shared with him that my vision long time ago was always about being less and less and less dependent on any governments. We'll take care of ourselves. Kurt loved that. And he said, and fisheries is going to be a part of that. That was his vision. His vision was that we are going to be self-reliant. He grew up a fisherman. He grew up in a fisherman family. I remember when we got recognized, Elaine, his mom, and Fred, they said, we're going fishing. We got treaty rights. And quickly as they could get a boat, and quickly as we got recognized, and got into the boat decision. Thank you, Lower Elwha. Thank you, Port Gamble. So Squamish, I don't know. I see Leonard back there, But they got in the water and they went fishing. And then when he realized, the fishing changed over the years, and Kurt said, we got to have a different way of surviving in the seafood. Seafood's going to be a part of who we are and about the way we live. And he joined up with different people who showed him that there are different options. And I appreciated that, because the Jamestown always wanted to have this diversified economic portfolio. And Kurt said fisheries, seafood is going to be a part of that. Not just because it's a traditional way, but because it's ingrained in our spirit. It was a big deal to him. While we went to Northwest Indian Fish Commission and point-to-point treaty council meetings and other intertribal meetings and dealing with the federal government, the EPA or EPA and the state programs in terms of defending and protecting our natural resources. Dungeness River, tributaries, the habitat. He was very proud of our natural resource programs and the leadership that we had in terms of doing that, because without it, our salmon would disappear. And that wasn't going to happen on Kurt's watch. So while we were doing that, he was looking for different ways. And I had a deep appreciation for that, that there was a different way of surviving with the seafood. And that's how we started getting back into shellfish farming and developing hatcheries so we could develop seed to restore those shellfish beds throughout the Puget Sound and throughout our territory. That was a big deal to him. And it was a way to make money, but it was also a way to preserve a natural stock, a natural resource. And Kurt saw that as a venue, and he pushed hard on it. Then that wasn't enough for him. So then he started working with the University of Washington. He started working with NOAA and said, in terms of fish farming, and say sablefish and steelhead and other forms of which you can also generate money. And so that was a big deal to him. So he was partnering with all those individuals. And so he kept moving that agenda forward. And so our partnerships, with companies that are out there that actually are experts. And quite frankly, Kurt continued to become an expert. He drugged me to these international shellfish forums. And I'm in these forums, and I'm going with Terry, what the heck am I doing here? Walking away with a $150,000 shellfish sorter. I'm kind of going, okay, now wait a minute, why was I here again? Just realized it was sign the check. Because he needed that to make his fish farm and make his shellfish farm work better. Wasn't about educating me about the industry, I can tell you that. But he just knew that it was so important. So on the one hand, when he came on board, shellfish, finfish, treaty rights, that was his agenda. Then he quickly learned that tribal governance was more than that. Taking care of our children, taking care of our families, taking care of our elders, taking care of the health care, taking care of all the many other things that tribal governments do. And Kurt just grew in his knowledge and his ability to be a leader. And I just had deep appreciation for that leadership. He started going to ATNI, NCAI, and all these national forums where he broadened his knowledge and his understanding of the complexity of Indian country. He truly was a leader. He truly could make a difference. While he was learning that on a bigger picture, he would still come back home. He would pay attention to these local organizations that's dealing with environmental protection and forestry protection, even dealing with community efforts, 4-H clubs. You could see him in forums that you would be surprised that Kurt Grinnell was there. But he was there. So he never lost faith. He never lost focus on his vision. He always knew what he was doing, which I had deep appreciation for. Although he would come to me, Diane Gange and our team, and so he had lots of agendas going on, and those agendas cost money. So far be it from me to tell Kurt, slow down, because I'm not the right guy to tell somebody else to slow down. But Kurt was on many, many tracks. He had a lot on his plate. He could handle a lot. He had broad shoulders. And he could handle a lot for us and all of us. So the Jamestown Seafood, as was mentioned, Saley's Fish, the Native Trust, his own company, all helped us move our agenda forward. And I'm very proud of that. All the many friends that he made, with Jim Parson, who's going to be up here later, Glenn Cook. I know some people, you look at the Cook outfit, and wonder about the negativity about it because of landing salmon, but they're a worldwide expertise. He, once again, drugged me, convinced me to go to New Brunswick in Canada. It's a long ways over there to New Brunswick, I got to tell you. Flying through Canada. Thank God I did it before COVID. But it was an amazing experience. And that's the kind of stuff that Kurt was broadening out his expertise and how to make how to make Jamestown grow. So I just want to say that, I'm going to miss Kurt a lot. The things he did for us, I and our council, we're going to step back and say, okay, we got to redistribute all these things, all these responsibilities, all this interaction to the community and all these national forums. But I can tell you that I will make you a promise that Jamestown Seafood is going to march forward in his memory. It's going to be successful, just like his vision. We will continue. I just want to say, for me, Kurt made a difference. He made a difference for us in our spirits, in our sense of purpose, in who we are. His pride was our pride. He embraced it in us. He found a way. It was already commented about that he was a peacemaker. He was a bridge maker. Yes, he was, and you'll hear it many times over again. We would argue, and he'd come out and say, "We're still brothers. We're still indigenous people, and we have a common cause." And people will remember that. So his legacy will live on with us, and I am proud about that. I can tell you, no one's going to miss him more than me. I love being with him. Thank you.
So Chairman Allen, on behalf of the Grinnell family, please accept this blanket as their sign of appreciation and gratitude for all that you've done for the family, what you and Kurt did for the tribe. Great words. Klako. Hey, yeah, I just realized now you guys Jamestown actually has a quorum right here, don't you? Yeah. Okay. Hit it the wrong way. Next, I'd like to invite Chairman Jeremy Sullivan, Fort Gamble, S'Klallam Tribe.
It's always tough to follow Ron, when I was sitting there, I was thinking, I go to a lot of these meetings with Jamestown, and it seems like Kurt's always having to catch Ron up on what we're talking about, like 5 minutes before we're getting ready to talk about it. So I'm curious to know who's going to have to take that on. So I just want to say how much I love Kurt, love the family, and I really appreciate you guys so much. Hotness and Snayacha, Jeremy Sullivan Sinsna. Hello, friends and family. My name is Jeremy Sullivan. I'm chairman of the Port Gamble S'Klallam tribe. My father is Melvin Poe Sullivan. His parents were Frank and Serene Sullivan. They were Jamestown. My mother is Diana Purser. Her parents were Aaron Purser and Geraldine Hyman from Port Gamble S'Klallam. On behalf of the Port Gamble S'Klallam tribe, I'd offer our condolences and love to the Grinnell family and the Jamestown community. I've known Kurt since about 2005 when I got on tribal council.
So that's, a lot less time than a lot of people under this tent. But as soon as I met Kurt, he welcomed me and we became friends instantly, day one. And that's a quality of Kurt that, everybody shares. You're going to hear that a lot. He cared about people that he got to know. He cared about people that he just met that he knows will be important in his life later. And I feel like as soon as we met, we became friends. And I just appreciate that friendship because there's not many friendships like it. There's a few people that I know that could be friends like that, that'll go out of their way to say hi to you and ask you about your family and remember things about your family that most people just don't pay attention to. How was your son's golf game? How's your daughter doing after she graduated? How's your parents doing? Is your dad okay? And things like that, that he just remembers and asks about. And I truly appreciate that. Our vice chairman, Chris Tom, and his wife, Leanne, and they got to know Terry and Kurt very well throughout the years. Chris worked for Kurt for a long time and was a really great diver for the Jamestown community. And Chris and Leanne, they send and they appreciation for the family, and we all do, and we all want to say thank you all for sharing him. It sounds like he was super busy, and he still found time to be with family and to be with friends. But I know that is a strain. As tribal leaders, we're gone a lot, and that does put strains on your families. And Kurt was able to really do a better job than almost anybody I know about being able to be home and be with your family. And it's hard to do. And we really appreciate that aspect of Kurt. It's been said many times that he was able to bridge gaps and bring people together. I echo that. Getting tribal leaders to even agree on a date is really difficult. Then when we get there, to find some common ground is usually very difficult. But if Kurt was in the room, he was looking for those answers. He was trying to negotiate, like true negotiations. A lot of people think that Ron is the true negotiator, but I really believe Kurt, for intertribal disputes and intertribal issues or trying to find common ground, especially in the natural resources world, was the guy because he knew all there was to know about it. And he studied it and he learned what the tribes wanted. He would call us all separately and say, what do you guys really need? What do you guys want out of this? And I think the best example is the last example I can give, which was the Hood Canal shrimp agreement, which came down to the very last week. Without Kurt's assistance and persistence of getting us together, we may have had a race fishery in the Hood Canal, which hasn't been done in decades. And I know as Port Gamble-Sklallam had a very strong vision and feeling of how that's supposed to go, and it did not match Jamestown and Elwaz and Skoke. They offered their opinion, but it was really the three Klallam tribes trying to get along. But that last week, Kurt called us and said, we need to have one more shot at this. And so we got us all together on the phone and we are on Zoom. And we were able to find common ground. And I don't know how the fishery went. It sounds like it went well. I'm not a shrimper, but we all got out there in a plan and an agreement. And that agreement was derived from Kurt bringing us all together. So I just appreciate that. And I recognize it. And I want to do what he did. I want to continue that opportunity for the tribes to get together and work hard and find solutions, even when we disagree. And I agree and echo what Ron said. At the end of the day, he would always say, we're all family. I have family. I always say I have family in Suquamish. I have family here in Jamestown. I have family in Port Gamble-Sklallam. He would say he has family in Lummi. He has family, at Jamestown with Port Gamble, Elwha. We all have connections. So just appreciate that he would end it like that. Like he would say, this is where we should walk away from each other knowing that we still love each other. So I just appreciate that. So, everyone's talked about how much of a caring man he was and generous. To be a friend of Kurt meant that you had a place to be, you had a place to eat, For his close friends, it meant much more. It meant that he would do anything to help to be there for support. It meant he would go to every one of your child's sports games and cheer loud for them. Kurt would befriend you and learn about your family. He would ask about your parents or children. He'd remember if they were doing something special like graduation or playing in a big game. He would genuinely cared for the person that he was talking to as well as the family he was asking about. It's hard to find friends like that. So when you do, you should truly appreciate it. I know I can't speak to his professional career as well as many of the other people here today. All I know is he was a fisherman and he was good at it. Whether we're talking about gillnet fishing, gouda harvesting, farm beds, all these things, he was good at it. He did all the research and made it work in a positive way for not only him, but for his tribe. As a gillnet fisherman back in the day, I didn't know Kurt, though I did get to hang out with a lot of those guys as a child. My mother was a gillnet fisherwoman. She worked on other boats as well. She got a boat towards the end of the days of fishing for salmon through gillnet. I was lucky enough to speak to Kurt about these days of old, and he let me know that he knew my Uncle David, he knew my Uncle Joel. They had passed on. He knew my mom who was up there, and it's just awesome because those fishermen, they're a tight knit group, and they would compete against each other while fighting everyone else. So I loved being around them because they were strong and they were ready. They were ready to do the right thing for the treaties, whether it was against the law or not. They were going. And I love that because that's how my mom is, and she continues to be this day. But that's how these guys ran. And that's why I believe Kurt was so successful, not only because of his upraising, obviously that was great, and you guys did a great job, but also because he empowered himself to do as much as he could. And it's just amazing. I just want to say Jamestown is lucky to have had such a true, great leader. He taught me and my colleagues so much. He was able to do that because he was a great listener, and he would talk through so many complicated issues to try and find solutions. And that is a great attribute, and it will be missed. To me, Kurt's biggest accomplishment is family. We as a whole cannot thank you all enough for sharing this great man with us. I don't know you guys as well as others in this room, but it seems to me through talking with him and being around all of you that his best thing he could do was be a father, be a son, a brother, a husband, and an uncle, and a friend. He was best at that. You are all so special, and if there's anything your sister tribe can do in any way, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be up here today, and I know we will all do our best to make Kurt proud and carry on that work. So, Hattens and Stage.
Thank you, Chairman Sullivan. So on behalf of the Grinnell family, we'd like to wrap you this blanket and show their appreciation for your stories, your kind words, and just being here today. It says a lot. It says a lot about Kurt's character, the type of people that we have here today that are paying their respects, and so we really appreciate it. So, all right. Next, I'm going to call on Chairwoman Frances Charles, Laura Elwalk Clallam.
Get my notes here. Woo. Honorable ancestors, elders, veterans, youth and future generations, and elected officials. I am humbled by Kurt's family to stand here before you today. I am speechless at times with words when we are faced with the loss of our loved ones. Not known if we're going to say the right words to you all. I have, through many times, what I am going to say. We are still at disbelief today, tomorrow, and the days to come. Kurt was a warrior who always wanted the good in all of us, and he had seen the good in all of us. He didn't judge you for your mistakes you did in your life. He would provide advice and suggest solutions to guide you through those rough times with that smile on his face. Whenever you would see Kurt, he always had that big smile on his face, and he would ask you, how's your family? How's your community? How's your loved ones? How are the kids? How are you doing? In the tribal environment, it was a pleasure to work with Kurt. He always tried to find ways around it. You've heard earlier on some of the challenges that we've had, and he was always there to stand and to discuss behind the scenes on how we can make this work with one another, to have the tribes unite in many ways that we've had seen our differences, to try to smooth out that track, to resolve it for our futures. We've had our disagreements, we've had our issues with our fishing, hunting, and other issues that we're dealing with that day. You could see his wheels spinning, turning to try to resolve the discussions of the matter that we were at bay. But not once did I ever see Kurt get mad. Not once did I ever see him or hear him say anything bad. He was calm and sensitive to your opinions or your suggestions. He would always want to come up with his calmness to ease any tensions that were in any conversations in the room. We always said that if we and when all three Klallam tribes, Nisquallam tribes, stuck together, we were strong. And I seen that back in Washington, D.C., not only with the Klallam tribes, but with all of the nations from the Northwest. When we bonded, we were powerful. We were strength with one another to face what we had to with the congressional levels in that manner. And we have so many friends that we had in D.C. that worked with us, and honorable congressman, we thank you for that. As the meaning of our language, of the strong people, I asked a question. Is this once again the way for Kurt to say for all of us here today to work together? Come on, you guys, we need to work together to protect our resources, our environment, our treaties, our communities, our elders, our veterans, the youth, and the future generations. Kurt was always good at getting the tribes together back to Zoom. He was great. He was a great warrior who would meditate and mediate to start the conversations. I must say, I know that there are so many fishery stories out there, a lot of you have with one another. Hopefully one day he will share those stories with the family members. Our tribal members were talking about that as we were getting prepared for today, and they were all laughing about some of the little fish stories of the big one that got away. Our fisherwoman, just as well. We at Elwha respect and appreciate the respect Kurt had given us in our successes. He had come to our memorable events, the dam removal, the restoration projects, Chiweetzen, given strength to our language, school district potlatches, the canoe journeys, cultural events, only to mention a few. Respectively, Kurt was the one I would call for seafood for ceremonial events. He always found a way, and he'd get back to me and say, I'll get it for you, Francis. I'll get it. Don't worry about it. What do you need? What time do you need it? And where do you need it? What I can do and what he can do to help, he would pick up his drum and stand tall and never miss a beat. With pride and his big smile, he didn't complain. He was always there to help and guide in any way. He enjoyed sharing their successes within Jamestown. He opened his doors with his knowledge on how they were able to succeed with the projects he was working on. He would put 110% of his dedication to his work. Council positions are challenging. We thank our families for the support we receive, the long hours, the days of our travel, and I sure know he appreciated and loved Terry and his family and his kids for their understanding of his calls to do what he was doing. Today, look at his children whom are walking his footsteps just as well as he is so proud of his family. The love he has given to his family, he will always be there in our hearts. He will always be there watching over all of you. Still giving you that guidance from above, smiling down, watching you upon us, with our ancestors, our loved ones standing right next to him. Cherishing and thanking you for the sharing him with them. As they stand upon, we give you prayers and love during these trying, challenging times of the loss. But remember, we are all here for you. When you need to lean on somebody, don't hesitate to call. Just give to chat or just to say hi, just to check in on you. And again, we thank you for the calling of today, and we appreciate the work that he has accomplished for all of you. We know that he's with Vera, my mother, Jerry, my father, and all of the other ancestors, Lorraine, and so many more. My parents and my family in our youthful days would always visit one another. I remember going to visit with Elaine and Fred, Jack, Kurt, and Julie, and play around outside and ride their horses that they had. And one of those days, my parents brought me home a horse named Cheyenne. I will never forget those days and those memories that we had with one another and the challenges that we face, but Kurt will always be there to give us the guidance to the tribes. Hotnitson, thank you.
Chairwoman Charles, the Grinnell family, I'd like to wrap you with this blanket. Thank you for speaking the kindness of your heart, your soothing words, stories. And I just really appreciate you taking time out of your day to be here with the family, to offer the condolences and saying such great things about our loved ones. So, So before I call on the next speaker, I just a little more housekeeping here. So I apologize to Chairwoman Charles and our next speakers, but this is the kind of the adjustments that I mentioned that we have to make with the COVID-19 protocols and trying not to get everybody gathered in one area trying to eat in a buffet line or anything like that, or potluck style. So we just ask for your patience. We ask the speakers, you know, again, this is just something we have to do. Feel free to eat at any time you want when you get the boxes, but we will be taking a little bit of a break after the last speaker. So again, thank you for your patience, and speakers, you might have to speak up just a little bit more because there's a little bit more movement. So thank you for that, and thank you for your understanding. So next, I'm going to call on Chairman Forsman. Chairman, Squamish Tribe, President of Affiliate Tribes of Northwest Indians, and weekend 50 and over baller, or 45 and over baller.
He had to say something. You know, I didn't know that basketball, what you want to call it, playing over the weekend was on Facebook. So I said, I saw you playing basketball. It's not like it used to be where you get away with a few things. But I just like to thank Justin for all your hard work here. Doing a good job, Justin. Really appreciate it. I know it's not easy to do. So just say how honored and humbled I am to be here and be asked by the family to speak on behalf of the Squamish tribe and affiliate tribes of Northwest Indians. Tugwala Apu, Leonard Forsman, Teetsta. I'm just learning. Gui Teetsta. I'm Leonard Forsman. I'm chairman of the Squamish tribe and also president of affiliate tribes of Northwest Indians. And here just to talk a little bit about what contribution, as you've already heard, Kurt made to Jamestown and to the Northwest tribes and also the nation in his commitment to what was his vision. And, the family, Elaine, our elders say, have a great sympathy to you, Marilyn Wandry, especially when we say something to you, and to the rest of the family, great sympathy to Terry and Lonnie. Thanks for asking for me to be here. As you've already heard, he was very generous. He was very creative. He was very connected to the water and the land, and he had a spiritual connection to the water and the land. And he tried to find a way to make it sustainable for his people and for his family and for the rest of us as well. I first met him at the University of Washington. We were at the University of Washington together, and went over to his house for a little party back in the early 80s. And I didn't know him. And he came in and he said, "Hey, who are you?" And I go, "Leonard, I'm from Squamish. So I'm Kurt from Jamestown." And he just had that big smile on his face. And in those days, there weren't a lot of Indian students at the University of Washington. So when you met one, you were really happy to see him. And he was happy to see me, and I was happy to see him. And it was just really great. And that's just like, I tell you what, that smile is forever. I mean, every time I see him, I think of that first day we met and that first impact, that he made on us. And, being a tribal leader is not always easy. I think that sometimes people are usually the good leaders are chosen and to be on council. Sometimes you don't have a big choice in the matter. People push you forward. And there you are, and the joke's on you because you get to do all these hard decisions, and there are a lot of hard decisions. And most recently, I had a meeting with Kurt, and it was a controversial meeting. It was a difficult meeting in some ways, and so we met. We kind of decided, well, we'll work on this together. I tried to finish on a good note, and I said, "Hey, Kurt, we're actually having a grand opening of our seafood retail shop right now. If you want to come," and he goes, "Sure." And I know he was super busy. He was a super busy guy. He stayed up there for an hour and a half, just hanging out and just being Kurt, just checking it out and talking to people and just, creating that network. So I just, really appreciate that. And that's what's been the recurring theme I think we've been hearing, And, we talk about the Good Red Road, the road that the native spirituality, and hearing about him and seeing him on the journey and hearing about him participating in the journey is, it's very important to me to know that and see that, because that's such an important, pathway that he was on. And, you don't know where it's going to take you. You don't know where that road's going to end. But if you stay on it, you're going to make an impact in your life. And Kurt's done that. It's quite obvious here. And it's quite obvious that, under COVID, we probably would have had more people here. And, I really am, sad that I'm not going to see him again, in this life. But I think of my father, James Forsman, when he had a near-death experience. He talked about he came back from that, and he came back and he said, I was in a canoe and I was pulling in that canoe, and it was by myself, and I traveled out in the Sound, and I came to a beach. My relatives were there, and they were all there ready to welcome him. And they told him it wasn't his time then, but I just know that that's where he is now. He's on that spiritual journey now. And, hopefully we can take some comfort in that. So, I'd just like to, on behalf of Suquamish Tribe, our tribal council, Vice Chairman Wayne George, Treasurer Robin Saigo, Secretary Wendy Anderson, our council members Rich Purser, Sammy Mabe, and Jay Mills, like to extend our sympathy to the council and also the family and the tribe. We have a lot of connections with Jamestown, a lot of people in our tribe that are members of Suquamish that are Jamestown ancestry and vice versa. I think we got most of the people are getting 2 checks, Ron. I think we figured that out. Some people get more creative than others, but it's interesting when you hear those stories. But anyway, and then also far as affiliated tribes and Northwest Indians, we have Delano Saluskin, who's our chairman of the Yakima Nation, and Sharon Gowdy, a member of the Yakima Nation, Taylor Alvick, from the Cowlitz tribe, and let's see, Jeannie Louie from Coeur d'Alene, and John George from the Grand Ronde Nation. And I think I got them all. If I forgot any, I'll try to make up for it. And just know that Kurt really worked hard with affiliated tribes, Northwest Indians too. He worked in making that organization a good thing. So just like the end, like the first time I ever was in Jamestown was probably in the 1970s. There was you guys had an event up here down on the beach, and I came up here with Lawrence Webster and June Webster, and we came up here and spent the day on the beach, and that was before recognition. Well, you were always a tribe, but it just happened to have to get that legal recognition. But I just want people to know that we as a young person, I came up here a few summers for a event up here, and so it's important to remember that we're a strong family here. I just appreciate and honored to have followed the 3 members of the Sklallam tribes, and it's just been a great honor to be able to speak to you. So, that's it. I'm finished.
Well, thank you, Chairman Forsman. And on behalf of the Grinnell family, they'd like to express their appreciation for you being here, sharing some stories. Although the UW introduction was a little PG, I thought I was expecting a little bit more, but but thank you again for your time being here, providing some good words, and I truly appreciate it. All right. Well, next, I don't even have to say anything, do I? Huh? All right. Next, I'd like to introduce my good friend, Congressman Derek Kilmer from the 6th District, former Rough Rider. All right. So him and Kurt share a little bit here. I'm not sure which microphone you want to use.
This is fine. Thank you. Thanks. It's an honor to be here with the family and to follow some extraordinary tribal leaders who are my friends. I kind of agree with Justin, though. I think there's probably a terrific Netflix show in Leonard and Kurt in college, but there's an ancient saying that when a person dies, the wind blows. The greater the soul, the greater the winds. I don't know about the rest of you. I've noticed this tent flapping and the trees out there blowing, and seeing each of you here today and hearing the words spoken here today and the stories of Kurt and how he touched so many lives. It's clear that we can expect strong winds here on the peninsula for some time to come. In the years that I had the pleasure to know Kurt, I knew him as a partner and as somebody who cared immensely about our entire community, and someone that I learned a tremendous amount from. He was an extraordinary leader, as you have all heard, a champion for economic opportunity for his tribe and for the entire region, and he was a good friend. I had an honor to meet with him a number of times in this job, but I just want to give you a snapshot of one day. One of the highlights for me was having Kurt address two of my colleagues from Congress. We had the chairwoman of the Interior and Environment Subcommittee, a Democrat from Minnesota, and the ranking member, a Republican from Ohio, come to our region. And we wanted them to learn about what it meant to fight for clean water and to fight for salmon recovery and to fight for treaty rights. And we were at John Wayne Marina. And when you're looking to educate members of Congress, you invite those oracles to speak. And so we asked Kurt if he would address my colleagues. And he spoke so eloquently about what fish and shellfish meant to the tribe, what it meant culturally, what it meant spiritually, what it meant economically. And at one point, and Justin will remember this because he weighed in as well, my Republican colleague asked at one point, so why are dealing with these issues the responsibility of the federal government? And Kurt looked at this as a teachable moment. And in a very kind and measured tone, he put his arm around my Midwestern colleague and explained what a treaty right was and why those rights matter. It was an extraordinary just indication of his brain and how smart he was. But what happened as we left that day was insight into his heart as well. He was really proud of his family. And watching him that day as a dad, when Lonnie addressed the group as well, he was so proud. And I remember saying to him as we wrapped up, I hope my kids turn out so well. And he very kindly asked me about my kiddos. And I remember exactly what he said to me as we walked away. He said, embrace every day. And I think Kurt did that really well. And his passing is a reminder to each of us of the importance of doing that, of embracing every day. Irving Berlin once said, the song has ended, but the melody lingers on. I know for a fact that the melody of Kurt's legacy, his passion and his compassion, and the relationships he had with every one of you will linger on and continue to inspire us. I think I have a new goal in life, which is to be loved enough that you can't fit everybody into the tent. Let me just end with this. As a member of Congress, I'm afforded the right to have a flag flown over the United States Capitol in honor of people who have made a special impact. And after his passing, I had a flag flown over the Capitol in his honor. And it has a certificate with it. It says at the request, this is to certify that the accompanying flag was flown over the U.S. Capitol on April 28th, 2021, at the request of Honorable Derek Kilmer, Member of Congress. This flag was flown to honor the life of Kurt Grinnell, a great leader, a voice in support of tribal treaty rights, a champion for economic opportunity for his tribe and for the entire region, and an extraordinary man who is tremendously proud of his family. And I'm honored to be able to um, to give this flag to you.
Thank you, DJ. Congressman Kilmer. Family wants to wrap you this blanket, show their appreciation for the words that you said, the actions that you take, and always looking out for not only the 6th District, the state of Washington, Indian country as a whole. What Derek did mention was that the Interior Environment Appropriations Subcommittee with Congressman David Joyce and Representative, or at the time, Chairwoman Betty McCollum. Betty McCollum has tribes in Minnesota in her district. David Joyce does not. So for him to make that trip out here to better understand the tribes, our state as a whole, natural resources, you know, we got to thank Derek for that and for him pulling that way to get the both sides of the aisle out here, as well as their staff, professional staff members that really move Indian country, the dial for Indian country. So again, on behalf of the family, we thank you for your kind words and appreciate you. So, you know, I was calling Derek my buddy, but I got to be honest, all the speakers that we just had, you know, I've got to know over the years. Ron, you know, Ron is one of my first mentors. He mentioned late Joe Dela Cruz from Quinault Nation. Very integral to planting that seed for me as I was working my way through the different aspects of my career. But Francis, Leonard, and Jeremy's really coming, you know, he says he's the newest. He's been around for 15 years though. You know, just great people to work with. Do a lot for their tribes, Indian country as a whole, but state of Washington too. And I think people sometimes lose sight of that, of what the tribes do when they move the dial on certain things. It has such an impact on our state, on our region, nationwide, internationally. So again, I thank you for all the speakers who I've got to know over the years. This next gentleman, I'm sorry, but I do not know him. I'm aware of the industry and who he works for, but I'd like to call on Mr. Jim Parsons of Cook Agriculture. So Jim.
Well, thank you. It's a real honor to be here today to speak about Kurt. And years before I had my current role was when I got to know Kurt. And at that point in time, I had spent probably 35 years as a trout farmer throughout the Pacific Northwest. And I happened to be pretty enthralled by the idea of shellfish farming and had met Kurt and asked him, you know, what this was all about. And so he invited me out to see what oyster farming was all about. And, as he said, we'll meet at Little Neck Beach about probably 12:30 or so. This was October, November. And so I'm saying, oh, okay, do you want to get lunch first? And he said, no. 12:30 at night. It's like, oh, okay. So I'm a California kid from where I grew up, and I'm thinking Little Neck Beach. It's like, okay, beach. He says, be sure to bring boots. Okay, so as a trout farmer, you're thinking, okay, boots mean either hip waders or chest waders if you're going to get in the water, or small, calf high boots if you just might get wet. And so I'm thinking, there's no way I'm staying out there till the tide gets high enough that I need chest waders. I'm bringing my calf high boots. So I get out to Little Neck Beach and park, and Kurt wasn't there yet. So I'm sitting on the back of the tailgate. Kurt's truck pulls in, he gets out, and he says, hey, Bud. I think he thought my name was Bud for a long time, but says, hey, Bud, put your boots on. I said, well, I got my boots on. He's like, oh, okay. Those might be okay. You just have to stay in the hard places. Okay, sure. And then he saw my dog, who's white, right? And he says, oh, you're going to take the dog out there? And he's like, well, yeah, she likes to run on the beach. Okay, he says, I'll just point out my dog's black, Okay. So out we go, and the first part of Little Neck Beach, if you've been out there, it's pretty solid, and so we're walking out to where the shellfish beds are, and it's getting a little softer, and the next thing I know, I am mired, right? And he says, yeah, you got to watch those soft places, It's like, okay, well, luckily it's dark, right? So it's nighttime. And pretty soon I find myself, I'm up to the top of the boot on one boot and way over the boot on the other leg. And it's like, when you're as petite and nimble on your feet as I am, it's slightly terrifying to be stuck in the mud when the tide's starting to come back in, right? So Kurt, he was a little bit ahead, and he comes back, non-judgmental, no laughter, which there certainly could have been. And, he says, okay, I gotta teach you how to walk out here. He says, you just have to lean forward, and keep your weight moving forward, which was a great idea, unless you're stuck that deep in the mud. So I leaned forward, and of course, last minute I was able to turn and not do a face plant. But so Kurt, graciously helps me up, and he says, "Let's get you unstuck." Okay, so one boot comes out fine, the other one stayed in the mud, and it's dark, and it's like, I'm not gonna go back and get that boot. It's just gone. I'll finish this out in my socks. So, Luke, I don't know where you are, but if you're crews out there and you find a size 13 extra tough boot, you know whose it is. So that turned out to be a lesson, but we'll get to that. Over the past week or so, I've gotten numerous notes and emails and texts from people in our aquaculture industry that had met Kurt, and maybe only met Kurt even once. And I just collected some of the words that they used to describe Kurt. I wanted to share with you. Wisdom, wit, humor, passion, an advocate, a storyteller, very committed, a visionary, courage, kindness, integrity, wonderfulness, an amazingly positive and powerful person, delightful, strong, articulate, an outstanding leader, compassionate, can do, steadfast, and one that really touched me that I believe is so true because it was true with me. even the first time you meet him, he can immediately make you feel important, comfortable, and worth being with. And that was Kurt. That was Kurt to me and our friendship, I'm sure to most of you as well. While those words describe him, they somehow fall short because Kurt was so much more than all of those things. And the only thing I can think of is that Kurt was a genuine human being. So again, over the past week, I've woken up in the middle of the night and I've had that little bit of dreaded, terrified feeling, and that I all of a sudden I associated with being stuck in the mud on Little Neck Beach. But it was because I'd lost a true friend and a companion. And his words came back to me and echoed in my heart. He said, "Bud, you just got to lean forward, keep moving. Don't get mired in the mud. Just keep moving forward until you reach a little bit firmer ground, and then you'll be okay. Then you can take a breath." And I think that's where a lot of us are today. You know, we've lost a great friend. Some of us don't know what to do for sure or what's next. But Kurt would tell us, just keep moving forward. Doesn't matter if you fall on your face in the process or lose a boot in the process. Just keep moving forward. And so thank you, Kurt, for being the genuine human being that you are for all of us. And until we meet again, my friend.
Well, Mr. Parsons, on behalf of the Grinnell family, don't get stuck in the mud trying to get that on. I truly appreciate the words, and that was such a wonderful story, and brought some great laughter to the crowd. So I really, really appreciate it. It reminds me of some of my skiing days. Can't say I ever done that clam digging, but definitely hit some powder and then digging for my skis. So thank you very much for your friendship that you had with Kurt. Now at this moment in time, I'm gonna kind of make a shift and do a little bit of a brief refreshment and bathroom break. So I know people been patient here. We got food that's been distributed, and so I'm going to ask folks if we can allow the family if they could make their way to the restroom so they can take a little bit of a restroom break. And if please hold off on your condolences until after the service is complete, so we don't hold things up here. So again, I'll let the Grinnell family work your way to the restrooms right now if you'd like. And folks, feel free to mingle, eat your food, share conversation with each other. And then we'll be back in about 10 minutes, and then we'll shift directions on the program. And I would also ask too, if there's anybody, as we make this shift, if there's anybody that would like to speak later on, please let me know. We are having an open mic, and I'd like to start getting a list of people to call upon. That was quick.
food on the way? Oh, do I have to? We'll make them do it. Okay. Let them know more food's on the way. Not everybody got food.
Hey, folks, excuse me. Just a couple announcements. If we could, if you are departing, could we have you depart and go out this way instead of coming back the way you came in? So I know this is going to be kind of an organic point where people might peel off, but we got too many people driving back this way, and I just asked the family asked Tribe asked if you could go back that way, and if we have anybody out there that can help direct them, that would be helpful as well. And for those of you that didn't get a box lunch, we just ask you for a little bit of patience. They are getting some more food delivered. So just if you could be patient. Thank you. All right, folks, if I could get your attention, please. If everybody can start making their way back to their seats, we'd appreciate it. Okay, folks, if we could ask you kindly to make your way back to your seats, please. All right, folks, if we could have your attention, please, we'd like to resume the service. We could ask everybody to, if you could make it back to your seat, we'd like to get things moving. Where's your partner in crime, Councilwoman Lehman? Oh, she's out there. She's out there working the backside here, trying to get things in order, looks like. So I lost your quorum. Yeah. So, I really want to thank our council members here from Jamestown, Michelle Blankenship, Teresa Lehman, for their helping in this much difficult time. To Ron and the council, just it's amazing, when families come together, pull other families together, tribe pulls together, and we start, moving in the same direction. So it really takes a big burden off the family when they can really enjoy the service and not have to worry about all the loose ends, everything that is already put into place. They had their input, and then it's up to the rest of us to implement it. So I really want to thank you for the two of you for doing all this and stepping up to do it. I know it's sometimes cannot be easy, but we truly appreciate it. So thank you. With that, I'd like to bring our attention back to the schedule that we have here, the program, in a way. So I guess we're getting up to the line of scrimmage, and we got the Peyton Man in Omaha. So we're going to throw a little bit of an audible here, and I'm looking at GI James right now. So at this time, the family's asked that their Lummi relative, their James relative, to say a few remarks on behalf of the James family, the paternal family of Elaine Grinnell, and GI and his wife Linda traveled back from out of state, and really truly appreciate you coming back to be a part of this and to say some words in the middle of your vacation. So family can't thank you enough for doing this, and I'll just turn it over to GI.
OCM, nostalgia, CM, my relatives. This is the first gathering I've been to in a year and a half. Sorry, it's for one of our own. My cousin Elaine, her father Harold was my first cousin. I'm a little out of whack. I was born late in my parents' life. But Harold's father, Norb, was my father Ivan's brother. Today here, two of Elaine's sisters are here from Lummi. Sons of another sister are here from Lummi. A couple other cousins, sister of Larry Kinley, are here today to be with family, help lift you up from the sorrow that you're going through today. That's why we do this. Help the family get through the crisis that they're in. I don't have prepared remarks. I know that the folks that are here know me may be a little afraid of that. There's no ending. But I just wanted to bring forward some of the things that Kurt did that I try to do as well. Is that there's been too much tribalism. Jamestown, Lummi, Although there's a reason Jamestown is, but that's another story. The we're all family. We're related. Norb, my father, the son of Peter and Ada James. Ada Nooksack Lummy. Peter Wamish. It's not like we were born in these little isolated tribes and that we're tribalism over family. It's family over tribalism. And that's what Kurt tried to do as that peacemaker. Yeah, we can be proud of where we're from, who we are, what our families are, but there's no purebreds around here. So it's important at times like these, while we're gathered together to pass on these teachings, that we need to take care of our responsibilities, pass those teachings on to these young ones that are sitting here, which I know Elaine is doing with this family. It's important that it comes from here, not from here. It's important that the knowledge gets passed along. But there's a reason why we're here. A lot of us, like Kurt, like Ron, and I don't know if Lorraine's still here, that have been born to do what we're doing. Kurt was born to do what he was doing. That's why he did it. That's why he had the passion for it. That's why he was good at it. I hope that somebody in the family is able to step up, take on those responsibilities that he took on. Maybe in a different way, not the same way he did, but with that same passion. We can be all proud that we're related to him. I always appreciate Elaine traveling to Lummi many, many times to visit, to spend time with her family. I'm ashamed of myself for not knowing everybody that's here, that I'm related to. We become so busy doing the things that we do that even with all the technology and the fast cars and the airplanes and that we don't have time for family. So I hope maybe we can Zoom. But it's just something that is important that we do that outreach, that we do the best we can to connect. If our parents and grandparents had the time to make relations from Duwamish to Lummi, from Lummi to Jamestown, we should be able to find that time to share once again. Haishka, Haishka. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, GI. family, Grinnell family really appreciates you taking time out today, making your way back to the state, the service, celebration of life, the words, the teachings. You know, it's I always wondered why you were never an educator. You always got that teaching mentality. So we appreciate that. And you know, family, I would say heed that advice. We hear it too around the table at our meetings, and GI is always concerned about that next generation and trying to make sure that's instilled in them. So I joke about it, but at the same time, I'm serious because GI is always cognizant of that. So, oh, thank you. Let go. So as we begin to make a shift into the program here, I would also, there's been about a dozen people that put their name forward that would like to participate in the open mic. And while Tom Wheeler, chairman for the Voices for Healthy and Healing, if I could ask Tom to start making his way up here, or I can bring the mic to you for that matter. And any one of the speakers, if you need me to bring the mic, I'll bring it, just raise your hand. As he's making his way here, I would also ask some of the tribes, tribal families, if there's any songs, prayers, blessings that you'd want to share with the family, please let me know. I'll be off to the side. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tom.
Tim.
Oh, Tim, I'm sorry. Tim Wheeler.
Tim
Thank you,
Wheeler.
Tim.
Thank you for this gathering. I only met Kurt Grinnell once, and it was at the unveiling of the drawing of the opioid healing campus that the tribe is now building in Squim. And I don't think the crowd was nearly as big as this crowd. This crowd is probably 3 times as big as that crowd. But still, the Jamestown Family Health Center was packed. Every seat was taken. And I was privileged to hear Kurt's mom, Elaine Grinnell, deliver one of her marvelous stories that is celebrated all across our country. And Elaine has put the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe on the map, a literary map of our country. And I also, of course, heard Ron Allen. I heard Brent Simkowski. I had a chance to say a few words myself on behalf of my organization, Voices for Health and Healing. This is a group that was that set up specifically to support the tribe in the construction of that healing campus. And that is so characteristic of this tribe. They are so motivated by healing, to heal the sick and wounded. And I am so gratified that that campus, that healing campus is under construction now. And I think it is a real tribute to the tribe, and it is a tribute to Kurt Grinnell. I have, we were so hit so hard by the death of Kurt that my organization, Voices for Health and Healing, decided that we had to do something in honor of this wonderful, loving human being, Kurt Grinnell. So we have been asking our supporters to make donations to the Grinnell Brecky Scholarship Fund in honor of Kurt. And so far, I brought with me about $550 in checks, and I hope that everyone gives. I hope this turns into a permanent memory of Kurt that helps some young member of the tribe earn a higher education like Kurt did and come back and serve the people the way Kurt did. I just would like, if you don't mind, I'd like to read the message that we adopted May 1st, 2021. Dear Grinnell family, we mourn the passing of Kurt Grinnell, a man we loved, a leader of the Jamestown Squalum tribe who dedicated his life to the betterment of the tribe and all the people of our community. We join with you in grief. We dedicate ourselves to standing for all the positive values Kurt stood for: equality, justice, economic security, health care for all, quality education, care for children, the sick and wounded. He was the healing spirit in our community. We should all strive to live as he lived. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And boy, what an amazing thing they're putting together. So thank you for that. I'm going to call on Scott Chitwood. Scott Chitwood used to work down at Grinnell Indian Nation and Natural Resources, and then finished out his career at Jamestown in Natural Resources, their Natural Resources Director. So, Scott.
Thank you for the honor being here today. Kurt Grinnell meant quite a bit to me. I hope that some relief from the prayers and wishes of the folks that are here today are given to the tribes and the family, the Grinnell family. I started working for the tribe 20 years ago. I was hired as the fisheries manager, and was probably the first or second day on the job. I met with Kurt and I met with Jack, and it was in the parking lot at John Wayne Marina, on the tailgate of my pickup truck, and we had our first meeting. They had just come, Kurt and Jack had just come off the Jamestown track, which was right over here. And I'd asked them if they could tell me a little bit about the geoduck fishery. I didn't really know too much about the geoduck fishery. I was a fisheries manager, but I didn't know anything about the fishery. But it was an interesting conversation. They gave me details about 50, sometimes 60 feet deep. Yeah, you really can't see down there. The currents are actually quite a bit stronger sometimes than they are at the surface. And yeah, we have to pump water down there, and we actually use a jet stream to get these geoduck out of the. And I started thinking, well, you know, I've been around the block a few times, and I know what tribal humor is. And I thought, well, is this the beginning of a big joke? And they assured me that it wasn't. And a few years later, I can remember getting into conversations with Kurt about some of the close calls he'd had, and it was kind of scary. And I was thinking back to my conversation with Kurt and Jack on my first or second day on the job, and it was pretty evident that there were no jokes when it came to geoduck fisher. I had a lot of respect for fishermen in general, but commercial divers just it's just another level higher. And it just occurred to me how dangerous the work was. And that was my introduction to Kurt. And we're trying to get the fish committee back together. That's one of my first duties as the new fisheries manager. And Marlon was the chair and Kurt was the vice chair. And it took us a while, but we got the fish committee going again, and things were working. Kurt later became the chairman of what became the Natural Resources Committee for the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe. But a couple years after I started as a fisheries manager, my boss, Ann Sider, said, I'm leaving and we'd like you to take on the job of Natural Resources Director. And I thought, oh, well, I didn't really expect that. And so I started talking to Kurt about his impressions of the prospect of me being Natural Resources Director. And he never even hesitated to say, go for it, do it. You're good. You should do it. And I said, okay. So I did. And about a year later, Kurt was considering running for tribal council. And he called me up. He said, what do you think? Do it. Don't hesitate. Go for it. Get out there, do it. And he did. And he stayed on tribal council for all those other years. And I think he just was on tribe. He was certainly a pillar in the community, North Olympic Peninsula in general. And he was a terrific friend. And it seemed like whenever I needed his help, he was always available for a late call at night. And likewise, I tried to be available for him whenever he had a late call at night. And there were plenty of them, and they were all something that I participated in freely and willingly. And I hope that I had some positive impact on Kurt's life. He had a huge impact on mine. And this is not about me. This is about Kurt's family. And I just wanted you to know that if there's anything that you thought I could do for you, just let me know.
Thank you, Scott. So again, this is a open mic part of the program. So if anybody would like to say a few words, please let me know. And then in the meantime, I'll call on Trudy Marcellet and Gwen Gao. Hopefully, Gua.
On behalf of the Chehalis tribe and the Hazel Pete family, we just wanted to send our love and condolences to the family. I started working with Indian Policy and Support Services back in the 90s. And for all of the events that I've attended here at Jamestown, Kurt always had that infectious smile, so welcoming to someone from the state, and I'm here to help. So with guarded, really, I know. So, but he always welcomed me in to the events here. I really felt at home being here with you. And I think the one thing that I would say now is that his work will begin as one of our ancestors. There will be times and events where you will hear him and you will feel his presence. And that's something that will bring comfort to us in the future. Thank you.
It's an honor to come up before all of you and speak and help someone on their journey. I began an ICW, Indian Child Welfare career, back when I was, without giving my age, I always like to say 12. I was 12 years old. And my mentor was Milton Askett. Since I got here today, Mel and I have been corresponding. And he wanted me to let the family know that he's sorry he couldn't be here. And he wanted you to know, as we were corresponding, I reminded him that my honor had been back in the day. This was the first tribe that I had a case of Jamestown Musqueam children, my very first case. And so I corresponded with Liz. She was the ICW director at the time, and Kurt was her case manager. I had forgotten about that these past few days when I heard about this. And Mel and I talked about that. And Mel said he wanted you all to know, his family to know, that anybody that worked in ICW is his hero. And although he may not have known Kurt, Kurt is his hero. When I got here, the other honor that I've had in my life has been to be mentored by such amazing, godly people like Liz Mueller, Ron Allen, Joe Delacruz, Milton Askett, Sam Kagi, many of the names that were mentioned today, many of the speakers that were here today. I've never looked at ICW as a job, and people can't believe that I stayed in it for 30 years. They said, how did you last that long? And it was easy because it wasn't a job, it was a calling. And when the Creator called you to do something, He gives you the skills to do it. And listening to all the talks about Kurt, that's what he had been. He was called to do this, and Creator blessed him with the many attributes to make it work. And what I like to think about, and what I've been thinking about today, is the rhythm. Every one of us has a rhythm in us. And when times like this happen, we kind of get off kilter and our rhythm gets lopsided and maybe we don't feel it. In that rhythm is in the communities also. And it's in the towns and the states and the governments. And it feels like, listening today, Kurt kept that rhythm going. And he's done it today by bringing us together. Today, for the first time since COVID, I felt a better rhythm about myself. It's been hard. This is the first time I've been with this large group of people because of COVID. I've lost many, many friends to COVID and could not participate in ongoing services. And so thank you. Thank you all for helping with that rhythm, and hopefully we can get back into it and be a group of people that we're meant to be, which is wonderful and amazing. But I also wanted to share with you, I started to earlier, when I first got here, I was so happy to see Ron and Liz. And we had our pictures taken, or I took pictures of us. And when Ron and I stood up and Trudy took our picture, Ron said, should we do a dance move that Mel taught us? And I said, no, I don't think we should do that here. And so I texted that to Mel, and Mel said, tell Ron. He texted me back and said, tell Ron, I tried to teach him how to waltz, but too much steps for him to remember. So then I showed that to Ron, and Ron said, tell Mel, when you get on the other side of the mountains, you have to keep things simple. So that's the kind of bantering that I have been blessed to be brought up in with tribal leaders. When I would be at meetings at NCAI and Northwest affiliated, and the tribal leaders would get together, and that Indian humor, that bantering was so awesome. The one thing that I'm sad about, though, when I think about that, is Trudy and I work together. And Trudy has somehow picked up that bantering, and I've been made the token director. I was the director of Indian policy. She worked for me. But no one on the outside of us would ever know that she worked for me. It looked like I worked for her. Of course, the nice, kind person that I am, I'm not going to, retribute her or say anything back to her or be sassy and say I'm the boss. So I just listened to what she said. And earlier, there's been many times that people get us mixed up. And so she told me, I put our names down so we can talk because Mel wanted you to give his condolences to the family. And I said, so when you get up there, who are you going to be? Gwen Goa or Trudy? And she goes, it depends. She said, just wait and see, because many times people confuse us. They call me Gwen, they call her Trudy. Well, if she's getting an award, yeah, I'm Trudy. Hey, yeah. If there's good things said about Trudy, yeah, that's me. That's me. So anyway, I get my turn at it at times. I just want to close and say that, again, my condolences to all of you. Elaine, I know I've met you a couple of times at one of the elders' meetings and have so much admiration for such a graceful woman. When I see women like you, I have to look up the definition of grace, and it describes you. Thank you. Lonnie, my heart just broke when I found out you were the daughter. I didn't know that. I worked with Lonnie too. She was in DSHS. And such a smart, smart, smart woman. The only time I met and remember Kurt was when he was the caseworker for Liz. But I know he was proud. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you, Trudy and Gwen. Next, I'm going to call on Marlon Holden. Marlon? So Marlon is Kurt's cousin. So thank you, Marlon.
Hey guys, our time to talk will be later. I wanted to say a few words in regards to Kurt. We've heard a lot about Kurt in many different aspects of his life, and those that he's helped, and all of the gracious things that Kurt has done. There's a term that I want to use today called legacy. And I had the great fortune 2 days before Kurt was in an accident to talk to him on the phone. We were talking about some oyster bags that I had bought from him, and I wanted to buy them back. And I'll use some money. The conversation went as normal, and when we were just about finished, I told Kurt, I said, I've been wanting to tell you something, and now is the time to tell you. And little did I know that things would happen 2 days later. I said, Kurt, you're going to leave one heck of a legacy behind you when you go. One heck of a legacy. And he thanked me for saying that. But it was true. And we all look at a legacy, and there's all different types of legacies that are out there. And there are some people who get it to be noted. There are some people who get it just because of what they do. But I think you've heard the term that it takes a whole tribe to raise a child. And I've been very fortunate to be in this tribe. because I learned it from my grandparents, aunts, and uncles how to be gracious, how to be honest, how to work hard, how to be upfront, never lying, and give it all you got. And all of these kids right here, and all of you that are in here now, you have the same opportunity if you listen to the people that are ahead of you. You never know who you're going to learn from. And I had the great honor of having grandparents that I could learn from, aunts and uncles on both sides of my family. And that's where Kurt came from. It just didn't pop up on him one day. It happened over a lifetime. It took people and experiences and all of those kinds of things to make him the man that he was and to how gracious he was. Because people, without you even knowing it, and many of you here, you probably changed somebody's life that you never even thought or don't even know because of the way that you conduct yourself. We live in a society today that's just gone bananas. And you just kind of wonder where we're headed. But you know, Kurt's passing is a good example of we still got a lot of good people in this country. And we have a lot to look forward to because these young people are going to be leaders like Kurt was. They may not lead in the same direction, but they're going to lead because they are honest and young, good people they've brought up. And when you think of Kurt, you think of that. It took more than one person to raise him. It took a whole tribe. And it took people outside of that. I'm going to miss him. But you know, in the last few days, like I said, he's talking with Grandma and Grandpa. He's talking with our relatives. He's with them now. And we're going to miss him. But he leaves behind a legacy that will be shared with generations in the future. Can you imagine that? His legacy will be talked about in the tribes for generations. And people will learn from that. And so he's not stopped teaching. He's not stopped from being the guy he was. What he's left behind is going to be continued as the ones that went on before us. Those folks in Jamestown taught me a lot when I was growing up. I still remember them. I know them by name. I know what they did. I know how they did it. You know, passing it on to these young ones. I tell our young people, I said, you are important to us. You are important to this tribe because we're getting older and we have to turn it over to good young people. And it's happening, isn't it? It's happening. And we got to think that way. He's going to be missed, but when he was here, he left a lot of good examples behind that nobody will ever forget. And I think we all have to be overjoyed in that, even though it'll be a while before we see him again. And I just wanted to say that because I think, you know, one person doesn't get where they're going by themselves. It doesn't happen. It's how they look, it's how they act, it's how they listen, it's how they want to be. And he was the epitome of that. And when you think about that, get strength from that. And you folks out there that are my age, people are watching you to see how you react. And we gotta be straight. We gotta be tough. We gotta be we gotta be honest in everything we do and let a good example behind us. because that's important. It's important to these young folks that are around here. And I believe that's what Kurt's legacy is all about, as those that have gone before us. I wanted to say that because it's something I think that we all need to hear from time to time. We make a big difference in somebody else's lives if one way or another. One way or another. And it's important that we do it the right way. And Fred and Lane, you did it the right way. Thank you.
So thank you, Marlon, for the great words. And I'm going to call on John Dentler, if John can start making his way up. We have John. And then I'm going to ask Victor Knickerbocker if he could start making his way up to be up here as well. So we'll go John and then Victor.
Well, thank you for letting me be here today. It's truly a privilege and an honor. I kind of want to explain how it is that I got to know Kurt. And I'm sorry, it's pretty emotional. So one day I was working out at Point Whitney on Hood Canal, and we had a business that was raising black cod, and we were starting to get into the oyster seed business. And one day, this man appeared. It was Kurt. And we got into a pretty amazing conversation. And at the end of that conversation, I really knew that I had met someone special. And soon thereafter, I started to call my other business partners. And I said, I just met someone who we should partner up with. And eventually what happened was Kurt did become our business partner. And I was so lucky, and we were so lucky. And I was lucky, I guess not just because of Kurt, but also because we got to know the Jamestown tribe. And we all had such deep respect for you. And Kurt really showed us what the tribe was and what they were capable of doing. So it was really a wonderful thing. So what was Kurt like as a business partner? Fair, incredibly fair, honest, forthright. So I served with Kurt as a business partner and as a board member of the Northwest Aquaculture Alliance. And I have to say that he was just a truly impressive person. You know, fish have always played a big part in my life, and there's kind of an odd thing about fish. They're indeterminate growers. So unlike us humans, you know, we reach our adult size, we stop growing. Well, fish don't do that. Fish are indeterminate growers. And as they get bigger, they get more productive. They produce more eggs. And I think you know where I'm going. That's Kurt. I don't think Kurt ever stopped growing. And he just became more and more productive as I knew him. I think back about Kurt and, you know, I see those bright, shining eyes and just the brightness, and it will truly, he'll be missed. But like the gentleman before me mentioned, for the young people out there, boy, Kurt sure set a great example. And I hope that you truly reflect on how Kurt lived his life and what he did, what he stood for, what he tried to accomplish. And it's truly reflective of a marvelous person. And it reflects so well on the tribe. Kurt gave us a gift, his friendship, his love, and, he's truly going to be missed. But I guess if I take anything away from this, it's very similar to the gentleman's remarks before me. He just set such a great example for everyone out there. And I mean, that's really what I wanted to say. My love and condolences to the family, to Kurt's parents, Terry, sons and daughters, extended family, the tribe, the tribal council. Truly, I'm going to be a missed guy. I guess how I'll end is, if there is anything I can do to be of help. I know, I don't know, one word comes up, irreplaceable. I don't know how this man is ever going to be replaced in terms of what he accomplished. But if there is anything that I could possibly do in terms of a transition, I mean, I hope Ron or someone else in the council, will feel free to call me, and I'll try to do whatever I can to help. But thank you so much. It was an honor to be here today. It's so well organized and it's so nicely done. Thank you very much.
So thank you, John. Next, yeah, we got another elder from Jamestown, Victor Knickerbocker. So welcome and thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here to honor such a loving and beautiful family. Elaine and your family, Fred, my condolences. I just wanted to say that, first of all, when I moved up here 11 years ago, I used to go to a lot of the council meetings. They had the tribal council, and I was so honored to always sit right by Kurt. And Kurt had that smile that Elaine has, so a beautiful smile. But he also, like I said, just so respected and humble and compassionate of a man. And I said, wow, I said, I just was an honor to get to know him. And so I think when I got up here, I started to meet some of his family. He has beautiful daughters, a beautiful wife, and beautiful family. I met Jack and I met all his Hawk. I didn't know everybody right away, but what a family. And I always told him, I didn't know Lonnie yet, but I heard of Jaden. And so I said, well, I'm a big sports fan. And I said, I'm going to see Jaden win a gold medal. And he said, no, she's not. She got married, I guess, and moved to Alaska. And I didn't get to see that, so, but I always thought that. And he said, no, she's not doing that anymore. So I knew that. I said, well, I was going to say, I'm a Jamestown member and we got a gold medal winner here. And then I've been up here and I've met Lonnie. And I know Kurt was, like I said, he was going to be our leader someday. I hope Ron, but maybe we have a future one, which we do in Lonnie. And it's just a great family. And it's just an honor. God bless this family. And I'm so glad to be proud to be a Jamestown member now because of Kurt. And I wanted to say, we didn't get a gold medal, but Kurt is golden. And thank you very much. And God bless you all. Okay, thank you.
So I'm not sure where John Dentler disappeared to, but he left his mask up here. So John, I don't. There you are. So next, I'm gonna thank you, Victor, John. Appreciate the words here. Again, the families, for those of you that may have just walked up, they're just doing an open mic. So we've got a few more speakers. We've got a few more speakers. And then I guess I'd also put out one last call to some of our tribes or families that want to share a song. So with that, I'm going to call up Robert Greninger. This would be Lonnie's father-in-law. I'm not sure where he's sitting. I lost. Oh, there you are. Okay. You want me to bring a mic to you, or? Okay.
On behalf of my wife and my wife Dee, we just like to thank you, sir, for the opportunity to share. My son Eric had to go through some hoops, and he did. And we just thank God for Lonnie and for my son Eric. I'd just like to share a little bit about Kurt. The day that Lonnie and Eric went on their honeymoon, Kurt decided to take us, my oldest son, Chris, and myself to martial arts event, Port Angeles. And he and Terry were walking up ahead of us, kind of an incline. Boy, could he walk. He and Terry both, and he'd look back and smile. And when he smiled, I'd take a little faster pace going up behind him. And then I'd kind of like going backwards, and he'd look back again, that big smile, and I'd catch up again. And I'm looking at my wallet. I've got enough money to get home, gas money, and enough for McDonald's. So I'm thinking we're going to go into this martial arts event, and I could just see the gas money going out. We get up there, and Kurt's paying for everything. I mean, all the tickets and popcorn, all those kinds of things. So not only was I able to get back home, but I was able to go to Taco Time. So that was cool. But one of the things that we really appreciate about Lonnie is that Dee and I call her daughter. She's our daughter-in-law, but we call her daughter. She has respect for elders. And you don't find that, excuse me. It takes me about 15 seconds to man up, as they call it. She's a daughter and she respects elders. You don't find that a lot anymore these days, do you? You really don't in some cultures. This culture, yes. But some of us that were raised different, I was taught to respect elders. And we've done that. This gentleman helped me up here. That's a respect for an elder. And I just thank all of you that respect those. You young people, respect your elders. Need to listen to what they say because they have a lot of wisdom. And you need to listen to what they have to say. So I want to thank you for the opportunity. My wife, Dolores, and myself, we're proud of Eric, our son, our daughter, Lonnie. God bless you both.
Boy, I guess everybody's ready for COVID to end, aren't they? trying to shake the mask like an undersized king here. So, boy, Eric, I like him. Yeah, boy, he called me young. I'm taking that. He's got it in with me now. So I'm gonna call on Kate Dean. Kate, not sure what direction Kate's coming from. Kate's Jefferson County Commissioner, and she'd like to come up here and say a few words. And in all seriousness, though, Robert, thank you for the words. Appreciate it. Oh, yours, Kate.
It's such an honor to be here. Thank you to the Grinnell, Chairman Allen, tribal members, tribal council. I'm here to express the deepest condolences of not just Jefferson County, but also City of Port Townsend and the Port of Port Townsend. I'm here representing all of these neighboring governments. Gosh, where to start? I mostly want to say thank you. You have shared so much with your non-tribal neighbors. That includes land, culture, and traditions like this. I believe it was the last time I saw Kurt, I had the opportunity to share a little bit about my cultural traditions. I am Irish. I was introducing Kurt to my son. We know that children meant a lot to Kurt. And I was able to tell the story of naming my son after Fionn, who's an ancient Irish boy who caught the salmon of wisdom. And he got a little bit of oil on his finger and he put it to his mouth. And he inherited the wisdom of the salmon. And I take great pride in coming from people of salmon as well. It was my pleasure to share a little bit of my ancestry with Kurt. Kurt also knew, though, a kind of a dark secret of mine, which is that I'm deathly allergic to shellfish. And we go to events all around the Salish Sea, and people put out beautiful spreads, feasts, often on the beach, of shellfish. And Kurt would smile and have that little twinkle in his eye and giggle a little bit, knowing that I couldn't go near the stuff. And it was. I always wondered what he was thinking when he was laughing, and I often felt self-conscious if he wondered how could someone be a representative if they can't even eat off of the beach in this region. So Jefferson County is really proud to be part of the ancestral homeland of the S'Klallam people. We strive to be good neighbors and stewards and partners. I strive to honor your treaty rights, your sovereign rights, and engage in good faith government-to-government relations. But it's the warmth and generosity and connection to place of the tribes that inspire me most in this work. And Kurt embodied all of those things. I was always honored to be in his presence, truly. My heart is with the Grinnell family, especially right now. Elaine and Lonnie, along with Kurt, have been patient and wise teachers to me, have learned how to be in government and work with the tribes. I'm forever grateful that you've shared your beautiful culture. And as you know, I still have a lot to learn. In the spirit of peaceful coexistence that Chief Chichmahan shared with the settlers of Katai, and in the spirit of gifting, which you have taught me, which you have shared with me, Jefferson County, the City of Port Townsend, and the Port of Port Townsend hope to work with you to find a location to place a memorial in Kurt's honor in Katai. So from your government neighbors to the east, we grieve with you, we honor you, we respect you, and most of all, we thank you. And as perhaps this will be my next teaching from Lonnie, I will attempt to say, At Nansen.
Thank you so much, Kate. Next, I'm going to call on Penny Swanson, NOAA Fisheries.
Well, first I want to thank the Grinnell family, especially Terry, who I've met many times, Chairman Ron Allen, the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe, all tribal members and members of the community at large that are here. I'm here a little bit at a personal level, but mostly to deliver a message from Paul Doremus, Michael Rubino, and other leaders within the NOAA Fisheries community. I've worked over the last few years with Kurt in support of his dream to have a sablefish farm for the tribe. And I want you to know I'm going to still work for that vision to help you in what you want to do with his dreams. In fact, last week I was talking with Kurt. Wanted to help him with some of the public outreach materials, and he was always interested in the science. And he used to say to me, you know, what does the science say? And I said to him, you know, I was thinking about retiring in a year or so, and I said I might just retire and volunteer and come work at your black cod farm. And I still think I've been wondering what I'll do in retirement. And he, in that big smile, we were on a Zoom call, I think, when he said that. So I wanted to share that with you and to let you know he really inspired me as a person. And he made me work harder. When the net pen at our Manchester station was falling apart, I worked through a government shutdown trying to get money to buy a new pen so that he could carry out that project with his partners at the University of Washington and within NOAA. So this is, Dear Terry, this is from the NOAA Fisheries Leadership. Dear Terry, members of the Grinnell family, Chairman Allen, and members of the tribal community. We were deeply saddened to hear about the tragic death of Kurt Grinnell. We want to express our sincere condolences to you and the Jamestown Scallum tribe. On behalf of all of NOAA Fisheries, Kurt was an admirable leader. He touched many of us through his passion and dedication to sustainable fisheries resources and aquaculture management. On numerous occasions, he shared with us his vision for the role of aquaculture in the future economic prosperity of the tribe and as a means to a secure, healthy seafood supply for many generations to come. He worked side by side with many of our scientists in the Pacific Northwest to address significant problems affecting shellfish aquaculture industry, including impacts of harmful algal blooms and ocean acidification. He raised issues as a spokesperson for the shellfish industry. He stepped up to provide opportunities for scientists and university students to conduct research and monitoring at the Jamestown Point Whitney Shellfish Hatchery. He was a valued partner with our team at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center in developing aquaculture, often providing unique practical challenges they faced commercial scale aquaculture. And I can tell you, he was very involved in trying to sort out how we were going to harvest our first big crop out of those pens. He also recognized societal barriers to the growth of this industry and wanted to tackle this through public education, including with the tribes, governments, and the general public. We appreciated his respect for science-based approaches to aquaculture and his emphasis always on the importance of environmentally sound practices. He would often ask our researchers, and me personally, what does the science say? The close partnership with NOAA was exemplified by the many times he participated in tours of NOAA's Manchester Research Station, where he was able to convey his perspectives on aquaculture to the public and various governmental representatives. Many of us in NOAA were inspired by Kurt's vision, strength of character, and tenacity, his dedication to his family and community, and his inquisitive nature. We will remember Kurt not only for his leadership and tangible contributions to future generations, but for his grace, his kindness, and his generosity. On behalf of the many people he touched at NOAA Fisheries, we extend our deepest sympathies. Thank you very much.
Okay. Just remember, if anybody needs me to bring the mic, I'll bring the mic as well. So thank you, Penny, for those great words and from the leadership as well. So we appreciate it. So next is David Bennett.
Dwight Bennett, gosh darn it. Sorry. Hi, I'm Dwight Bennett. I learned a lot from Kurt. One of them wasn't public speaking, so please bear with me. My wife and I had the opportunity to travel with Kurt and Terry on so many trips and vacations, and we rode Harleys together. He'd come to our house for Super Bowl parties. He was just an amazing friend. My kids think of Kurt and Terry as aunt and uncle, and he just, I hear all these amazing things he's done for the tribes and for the communities, and we got to witness so many of them. We went to Sturgis years ago. Once we got our Harleys, Kurt kept talking about, oh, we should go to Sturgis. We'd go to Sturgis, and we were a little hesitant at first because we thought, oh, that's kind of wild. We don't want to be. We're middle-aged guys. We can't be running around like that. Kurt's like, oh, it'll be fun. So we loaded up the fifth wheel and headed out, and we were getting into Sturgis. Oh, he had his brand new truck and all fancy, and we're pulling into about 40 miles out of Sturgis. It's 95 degrees, and his brand new truck, the air conditioner's not working. He was not real happy about that, but we managed. We pull into this gas station. We go in to get some waters and supplies, and there's this little lady sitting on the side of the building, and she stripped down to her underwear because she was overheating. She had been on the back of a motorcycle, and Kurt went over and started talking to her, and we offered her water, and he ended up offering to give her a ride on into town so she didn't have to continue to be on the back of the motorcycle. And it's just a random stranger, but that's who he was. He would lend a hand to anybody who needed help. He was there. I'm so blessed and thankful that you shared him with me. And, Terry, we're going to be there for you. We're not going anywhere. So, and the rest of him, Elaine, we talked last night. I'd be more than happy to come over and sit and talk and laugh and tell stories. And, Jack, we talked about. I just am so thankful for the opportunity that I had in our friendship. Just an amazing man. And I love him, and I'm going to miss him. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I had to go pull some folks in here. Next, we're going to call in Ed Johnstone. And while Ed's working his way up, I got Jessica Ellefson on deck, and then Julie Johnson in the hole. Julie Johnson and the Johnson boys. They're boys. DJ and Ronnie. So Ed Johnstone, by the way of Quinault Indian Nation.
Thank you, Justin. By the way, Grinnell Indian Nation, it's not where I'm from. My grandfather, Frank Law, was born right over here in Dungeness Spit in 1877. His mother was Maggie Chubby. And his dad was an Englishman from across Victoria, and they both died in 1877. And his aunt, Maggie Cable, raised him right here from Jamestown. And he was a pretty famous fellow. Anyway,
my grandmother comes from Whole River. And she's from the Fisher Cole Hudson family. And we were invited to Tohola, my great grandmother, and her husband from Whole River in 1900. But I am Quinault. They were all adopted into the Quinault tribe, and I was born in Aberdeen, but raised in Tohola, and that's my background. And this today, when you had the S'Klallam tribes up here singing that song, it really brought me back to when my mother would bring me here to Jamestown, and we'd go down along the water where my grandfather was born, and had property there. Later, he sold to Marvella Hubble. But anyway, long ago. And the songs that we heard this afternoon really brought me back to when my mother would bring us through all of S'Klallam country, and was so proud. I can't even express enough how my mom, when she was born in 1916, and my grandfather was so grounded and connected to this area that they come and stayed here, and they went up into the mountains, and they'd spend a month, and I was really fortunate to tag along with my mother for so many years. She passed in 1996 at 80 years old. Kurt was a friend. Known him for quite some time. And I would come here and or see him on the road, and we did what we needed to do. And but more importantly, was a friend, a good friend. Recently, coming in and spending time here at your facility, having our meeting, Northwest Indian Fish Commission meetings. I think we've been here 3 times since wintertime. Got to spend some real good time with him, with Ron and others, and listening to what a lot was said today is really a tribute to the man. And I'm really glad to have had that time. So many spanning that 20 or 30 or however many years, in particular the last 17 or 18 or so, maybe 20 in fisheries, because that's my background. When we're born to the water, we're born to the fish. Somebody's touched the salmon. The wisdom came to my belly. That's where I touched the salmon. I listened to so many good words, and I think it was his cousin that talked about it didn't just happen. This was a lifetime. This is the work we do. It's a lifetime of work, which is the lifetime of work that Kurt brought to the table. And it's really hard. It's tough in this life that we have when we're fisheries managers. I'm challenged constantly at home about decisions that I make or involved in, but when it's your life work, it's really not that tough. It takes time to go through the background to get the foundations of the decisions that and why you do them. That you have to go through to get your people there, because they don't have the trail that we have walked. It's hard to find the young ones that are willing to walk that trail. Walk the trail, learn, listen, take the advice, grow, and become that leader. But it takes a big effort. Kurt did that.
And I don't have much more to say than that from my family. My oldest brother was Guy McMines. My next oldest brother was Patrick McMines. The next oldest brother was Frank McMines. My oldest sister was Yvonne Tootie Hudson, was Whole River, married to Howard Hudson. And the three of us left, my brother Willie, my sister Lillian, myself, my daughter, bring the sincerest condolences to your family and our respect and love to you. And know that what you hear today is truly a testament to Kurt, his work, what he represents, and the proud way that he did that, not only for Jamestown, but for all of us as we grow and become the factors that we've always been here in our homelands. So I really appreciate everything that was said today. The way that this has been conducted is a testament to your tribe and your leadership. And we have lots of work to do, and I'll see you down the road.
Thank you, Ed. Jessica Ellefson, Lower Elwha. And I gotta apologize. I was out running the errand. I was getting directed to do something, and I missed. There was a lady that came up to me, and I lost my bead on her, and I couldn't. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Jessica Ellefson.
Thank you, Justin. Hello, everybody. Jessica Ellefson, Sinsna, Ethquanitskla Imson E. Klinget. It's, I'm so very happy to be standing here in front of you today with a very sorrowful heart, but I feel the love that you guys all had for Kurt. And I asked my mom if she would like me to share some words with you all. And she, of course, said yes. So to Elaine and the family, from the Ellefsons, from Patty, so many blessings to you all, to his kids, to his grandkids, nieces and nephews, for sharing him so generously for the good of all Clalams and for all people, as we've heard here today. My mom so loved his support of her early sobriety and his joy in learning all the wonders of Indian child welfare work. If there's one thing that I've heard is my mom talk about the time that she got to spend with Kurt and his deep interest in that work. All of that work early in his career was the perfect foundation to the mediation work he was so very good at for the betterment of all Native families and communities. And I just wanted to share how much I love each and every one of you, and I am holding you in my heart. Han'intin.
Thank you, Jessica. I'm gonna call on Uncle Jim, but while I'm calling Uncle Jim to work his way up here, Catherine Jimini wanted to just share a story. So she asked me if I could just wouldn't mind. So she was out helping out around here. Saw an eagle landed on one of the trees over here and was perched over watching for a while, and then it took flight, and so she just thought whatever message that was to her, she just wanted to share that with the family. So obviously eagles are very, very important in our culture. So she wanted to share that with the family. Thank you, Catherine. Uncle Jim.
You're money for a scholarship run in Virginia.
Okay.
Understand that? Okay.
I'm Uncle Jim. Probably a couple hundred kids, because
I'm the youngest of 9, and my wife is the youngest of 10. They're getting old now. They're grandparents. Fred's my nephew. They're grandparents and great-grandparents. And I met Kurt about 40 years ago when he was a teenager. And I got something here for the scholarship fund. And I bet if you pass one of these or a couple of these hats around, you could probably collect a whole lot more than this.
Go. Wow. Uncle Jim's a little too fast for me. Jeez. Man, he's already bouncing off that stage. Guess it's time to have that replacement knee surgery. I'm not sure where the gentleman disappeared, but who do you want this to go to? I'll bring it down there if you want too long. So the last person that we or like actually trio. So our last speaker before we shift gears and move over to a little song sharing from the tribes and families, which by the way, I haven't heard from very many people, so we're going to move forward with it. And so just be forewarned, once the Parkers get the floor and Makah tribe gets it, we could be here all night. So just be forewarned. So anyway, Julie Johnson, Ron Johnson, Dwayne Johnson.
What an honor to know Kurt, and what a blessing. I've been blessed with 2 sons. My 2 sons are standing here with me today, like you've been blessed with your family. My name is Julie Johnson. My English name, my Indian name is Salitsa Quina. I'm from the Quina family at Lummi, and my boys are both enrolled Makah. But today I just want to thank Kurt, his wife, your family, for the support that you provided to Northwest Indian College Foundation. We have 1,500 Native students from 300 different tribes, and Kurt was supportive of the volunteer fundraisers that we are doing for our students. Kurt also was very, very supportive and was very supportive of the Native American Caucus. I'm chair of the Native American Caucus of the Washington State Democrats, and Kurt wanted and he supported our people running for public office to be in leadership roles, to be at the table, to be making decisions for our people. We have highly intelligent people that can do that job, and he supported that. This last year, I was elected as treasurer of the Washington State Democratic Party. And today, this weekend, there's a state conference going on right now. The Democrats are meeting. And we have 3 meetings a year. And at one of the meetings, we honor and we remember those people that have passed on. And today, Kurt is being remembered at the state convention. And I just wanted to share that with you. We're going to miss him. Maybe not a lot of people know that Elaine Grinnell and I are cousins. And so I'm your family. And these are your family behind me. And I just want you to know that I understand what it means to have a broken heart. I understand. And my heart is with you. And I'd like to have my oldest son, whose name is Ron Johnson, and he's Makah. And his grandpa, Sam Johnson, gave him a Clallam name because Sam's mother was Clallam. And so Ron's name is Hyena, which means good leader or good teacher. So he's going to say a few words. And then my youngest son will speak. And I know some of you know him. His name is Dwayne Johnson. He's the athletic director in Port Angeles, and his name is Kiaktadub. He has a name from Ozette Macaw land, and his grandpa Sam Johnson gave that name to him. So, do Ron.
Ooh, story. We heard a lot of story today. Beautiful stuff. Story work. Thank each and every one of you for being here today. Take this time to hold up this family. Kurt, you know, one thing that we have in common is mothers. Mothers with big hearts. Mothers that can, well, it's just me and my brother. So we have a lot of adopted sisters, man. I can't even count them all. She's welcoming, brings her, you know, they're like my sisters. Truly great young women that are beautiful. And that's one thing that me and Kurt had in common. There's a man that stood on these stages when times like this would come together, when we test the integrity of our communities, the integrity of our families, that which holds us together. And he would say that each of us today are part of the Grinnell family. We're all Jamestown today. Billy tell us that all the time. Man that didn't shake your hand, you go see this man, he'd come up with his arm in the air. You had to give him a hug. It's like I have to give Elaine a hug every time I see her. Things that bring us together. I got a confession. I grew up in this sports-minded activities. My dad, my mom, it seems like all I did is compete, go out there and compete. There's a leader of this tribe that used to compete against my dad. He had a lot of brothers. He used to do the same thing. It's always fun to stand on he was always on the other team. And that's okay. We have to have competition. But I got permission from his brothers that I can go against Ron and stand on the other side with him, because that's the fun thing to do. And he used to, my uncles and my dad and all that, do all this good work. But in that, I took them for granted. All these athletes, all these leaders, all these people doing dynamic stuff. I didn't pay attention. I played my fun and games. Went out and just had a blast. Oh, Ron's got it. Billy's got it. Joe's got it. All these names you hear, they'll take care of this. I don't have to worry about it. But today, you know, we're doing this work that we're all part of. We're all here. We're all doing what's needed to be done. We're doing that story work. Can we do this tomorrow? Can we do it the next day? I think we can. We focused this last year on what's essential. This is what's essential. You look at our communities, when we take care of those ones that are most vulnerable, that's the time when you test that integrity, the wealth. Well, here's the confession. Mom's from Lummi. Dad's from Macaw. My children are at Skoke, and we're in the middle. And I got 2 blessed years to spend with Lonnie. We went through a lot of stuff, a lot of reading, a lot of challenging topics, materials, but I always gave Lonnie a poke and a shove here and there. Sorry, Lane, but it was fun. But there was a day that came when we finished the studies, we graduated. There was a man that come up, Kurt, I known him, grew up with him, just was always there, had this radiant smile, like my father. Just light up a room, just make you feel warm inside. And we had that connection of our love with our mothers. I knew if he was there, my mom was taken care of. I was there. I would like to think that he felt the same way. So that's what we do. But I sat there and I said, you know, Kurt, been with Lonnie for 2 years. We go through this class, and I'd give her a little rub here and there and a poke there, and you know, challenge her on this competitive thing, because I got it from 3 different directions. And Jamestown is dynamic people doing dynamic work, doing what's needed for our communities. And he stood there and he just smiled. He says, yeah, I heard about that. She told me, but she's got this. He wasn't worried about you at all. He knew you could handle this. and knowing how much love he had for each and every one of you, his family. You guys got this. You guys stood there at the beginning. No recordings, no pictures. Right? Why? 'Cause it's right here. You film this with your eyes, you hold it in your heart. We have transformation stories, transition stories. This man is still with you. He's in your heart. You carry him there always. He'll speak to you. My dad speaks to me. He keeps me in line. But this is a good day. It is a celebration. It's not a time to be selfish. It's to let this man be the ancestor that he worked to be. Thank you. Go ahead. The Rock. Oh.
See the smile? It's not going away. Okay? Your father, your husband brought us together today. And we understand family. We understand. Elaine, we're never going to let go. You never let go of us. Education is my backbone. Been going to school all my life. Made connections when these two girls were at the same grades as my sons and daughters to make sure they graduated at the same time, to make sure that would happen. Northwest Indian College is a foundation from our family of when the land was donated to make sure that would happen. Port Angeles High School. I can't tell you how many people have said, make sure the Grinnell family understands classmates, friends. We went to school with Kurt. That resonates from the experiences when he was in high school. To Peninsula College, I serve on that board of trustees to making sure that we have access for our kids and for the little ones. I can't tell you what memory that's going to remind me of this celebration right now, of you holding your son. Okay? The little ones don't blink. They just suck it up. They are learning today. And we as elders, I got to sit in the elder section today. We're getting there. We're making that transition. Because we can. And if that's the one piece that I could share with you today from the family perspective and this snapshot that I have, that I will carry here, is you're all family. Kurt earned this moment. Kurt earned these words. He earned your love. And I know upstairs right now, he's saying, thank you for being here, supporting everybody in the family sector. We will not let go. We don't. Because of our culture, because of our dances, because we're going to celebrate with some songs coming up now, some love songs, just for you, to help you, because that's what we do. As communities, we're not going to blink. We made this happen today. I want to share thanks of all the tribes that were here to make this happen for this family. And for those people online, we wish you were here so you could feel this, because that's what we're going to walk away with. So Justin, thank you for your words with everybody here today. Very important, okay, to MC this thing for this family. And for what's standing and sitting in front of us, this man's legacy is going to continue. We're all here to guarantee that. Okay? Let me finish by saying this. We love you. We always will. Terry, we know. Carry on. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Wait, I thought Lummi already got their quota.
No. Yeah, yeah. This is something that came on as I was listening and watching, and it, in light of what Justin was saying, I don't know why, but it's something that needs to be passed on. One of our traditions, one of our ways of doing things that is being lost because the tribe comes in and does all of these things for the people. The tribe steps up and does a lot of these things when it was the people that, before the tribe had money, stepped up and did the work, helped out the family because we had very little, but we all shared. So one of our traditions at Lummi is that each family get up and reach out with a handkerchief for the family to help in any way that you may need it. That was our Indian insurance. Wasn't the tribe stepping up, it was the people, the relatives stepping up to help each other through the grief, through the cost of what they have to bear. And I just wanted to pass that on so people that are here, the young ones especially, know that it's the people that stepped up and helped each other. And I just want to say that and pass that along, bring this to the family to use however you may choose.
Thank you, GI. So, folks, as we start to make a shift here, I'm going to call on my family. I've lost my beat on Greg. Greg Arnold and our Tom Parker family. They can start making their way up here. I'm just going to give it a minute while they're working their way up here to make sure we're still good here. So I just want to make sure that getting check off with the family before we make this final transition, if you will. And then the family will kick it over to Mark Charles. After Parker family and then Macaw tribe, do a little something here. And then we'll kick it over to Mark to close things out. As you know, Mark's Macaw and Lower Elwha, so he knows all of our songs. And Jamestown, yes, sorry, Mark, and Jamestown. So Mark is very intertwined with all of our tribes. So as we're making that transition, again, GI, thank you. You know, for those of you want to make sure people are comfortable, because I told you today it was going to be some seriousness, some storytelling, some tears, and some laughter. And so that part of my role I felt was obviously trying to bring a little laughter to some things and you know, try to have some light moments as well. So I hope nobody's offended by that, because that was what Celebration of Life was supposed to be about. Checked off with the family before I went too far on certain things. So anyway, I do appreciate your time. And with that, I'll kick it over to Greg. Where is he?
On behalf of the Tom Parker family, I want to express our condolences to the family. Just want to acknowledge our relationship. House of the Seven Brothers. Satithlam was married to Sus Kinakeen, who had 7 sons and 1 daughter. The 4th son, Haquineth, had a daughter. And she was married into the Ozette tribe. And that's where the Tom Parker family comes from. So we've always honored our relationship and with the house of Statithlam. And we're just honored here, or we're just, honored to be here today to help stand with the family. We're going to do a seat cut today, and then we want to wrap the family in blankets, show our love and support. Schultz, the Bussy. We could have the family stand up. Julie, Elaine and Fred, Jack and Michelle, Julia and Brian, daughter Lori and husband Eric, daughter Jaden and husband Gregory, and also the grandkids. Oh, sorry. Lonnie. At this time, we'd also like to ask Ron Allen, Chairman Ron Allen, to stand. I'd like to wrap you as well, sir.
Oh, ja, besubsirkso. Ja, besubsirkso. Hakatlichke, kirk. The way it has been explained to me, it's this rattle creates that beam to go up. And that is what we are doing, is we are reaching out to our relative who is on the other side with the ancestors so that he knows that we are honoring him and we are acknowledging our family. We have the same blood. It's in our heart. And we want that spirit to go up and let him know that we love him. But most of all, we love you. We will always love you. That is why we wrapped you with these blankets to keep you warm, to give you strength. Don't be afraid to use them. Whenever you want, go through that beam. You can call them, but always send them back. Don't be afraid to let him go. Don't be afraid to let him go. We love you, and that is why this family is here to support you and love you. Shoo.
Family's going to sing the Tom Parker love song.
So in the middle of that song, it says, "Goodbye, my sweetheart. Hearts shake hands." What a concept. Our hearts are shaking hands. We love you.
Oh, all right. Well, as you saw, we got the part of the Makah tribe with us here today, and so I'm going to kick it over to Council Member Treasurer, Vice Chair. Oh, I'm sorry. Geez, I'm 4 months behind here. Got to track all these other guys out here. I lose track of my own sometimes. Vice Chairman Patrick DePoe, have a few words, and then like to share a few songs. So, Patrick.
You know, the terrible thing is he's actually my cousin too, so I don't know. But I wanted to say a few words about Kurt, you know, and before we get started here, then share a song, give it a little explanation. Um, I've known Kurt for about 5 years now, so definitely not as long as some of you around, but you know, as a freshman council member, he was quick to approach me and quick to start those conversations. You know, it was he wasn't bashful about, you know, jumping right in and starting some of those hard conversations, whether it was fishing, whether it was hunting, and asking me who I am, my name, you know, who my parents were, and right off the bat, you know, he started naming off Makah boats. He started naming off Makah fishermen, and so I took that and I went home and started asking around, and sure enough, people remember Kurt. They all remembered him out there fishing around CQ. They remember his family buying sockeye out at CQ. And you know, it was early on that I heard that, you know, and it stuck with me that one of the strongest protections of treaty rights is exercising those treaty rights. And so I look at our fishermen, you know, those guys that are out there on that water. It's not an easy job, but that's protecting our treaty rights. That's what they're doing. You know, they're providing for their families. They're doing it the way we've always done it. And you know, so I always have a special place in my heart for fishermen. You know, I grew up doing the same thing. I still try to whenever I can get a chance to, you know, and it was that was just some of the conversations. He was a real personable guy, you know, just not even really knowing him that well. Right off the bat, his conversations about motorcycles. You know, we both had motorcycles and talking about taking those long rides, and then talking about some of his old stories about out there fishing, or his remembering his relations with Makah, and you know, so that brings another point up, and I've heard it through quite a few people that have come up here and spoke today, talking about those connections and those relations, and like I said, Justin's my cousin, and same with a lot of these other people that are standing behind me, their family, but we got those same connections. We have those same connections to Jamestown, to Sklalams. And even myself, my great grandfather and grandmother is Ab and Papado in Pish. That's Tom Butler and Mary Hunter. And so Mary Hunter was Makah, Tom Butler was Sklallam. And so, you know, it's always refreshing, even when I walk into your guys' casino over there. As soon as you walk in the door, there's a picture of my grandma, you know, and she has her, my great-great-grandma, and she has my great-grandma in a cradle right there that she's rocking. And so that's always a sight and a testament, that recognition of that connection. And so with that, we want to sing a love song, you know, and this is Papado's love song. And you know, it's meant to share that love with Jamestown. It's meant to share that love with the family. And you know, we also want to sing it, you know, as a testament and recognition of our connection that we have with the Sklalams. And so with that, we also have a gift that we're preparing, and it's still being made, but I do see this gentleman over here quite often. And so I'll be able to pass it on to him to give to the family. And a thing that we do every so often in the Makah is we pass on something to hold as basically an IOU. So I got something for Ron. It's just it's a stick to show him that as soon as I give him the stick, as long as he holds the stick, he knows that I owe him something for the family. And so I'll let Justin pass this on to Ron. And so Ron, I'll be catching up with you, I'm sure, in meetings pretty soon for sure. And I can pass on that gift from the family from Macaw. But I also want to say thank you for letting Macaw stand up here and speak. And we just want to share our love and condolences with the family and the tribe. And with that, we're gonna get into this. Sure. Once again, we appreciate you letting Macaw step up here and pass on the song. And the meaning is just passing that love on to you guys. Help you dry your tears. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Vice Chairman Patrick DePoe. I think I got that right. Yeah, man. I lost my gold star, huh? Thank you, Greg Arnold and the Tom Parker family. Everybody else that joined in. So, Coco, appreciate it. Ringo, thank you for stepping up. Appreciate that. Good seeing Ringo. Good seeing Ringo doing that. All right. As they're finishing making their way through the line here, I'm gonna ask Mark Charles just to do the full loop here. So maybe while the families continue to provide their condolence, you can stay. You can if you want to go through. Yeah. Huh? You getting pushed up here? Okay. So all right. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mark Charles. As I said, he's a cousin of ours from Macaw, Jamestown, Lower Elwha. And so Mark's going to do a closing song. So I'll turn it over to Mark and whoever else he's going to call up.
If we can get some more singers up here to help out, greatly appreciated. My name's Mark Charles. My Indian name is Howiot. I'm truly honored to be here today, to be asked to close out. So when I was like 12 years old, I ended up out on the fishing grounds out in CQ. I got to spend many years sockeye fishing next to this family here. They always taking care of me from when I was a teenager even to today. The love I have for this family is deep. I want to thank each and every one of you for standing up here with me. To have my nephew here, it means a lot to me because one day he's going to be standing here where I'm at, explaining our ties, how we have ties. I told a story to Jack, and we were eating breakfast one day, and how Kurt and we had to back into Nia Bay from Tatoosh Island because we had deck loaded his bow picker. And the only way we could go is take some humpies and stuff them in the scuppers and back in. So, this is something that come to my mind, when I found out about the accident, the fun times and the good times I had with them and the family, we continue always to cross our paths, and what a great time I had on the water with them. And I fished on each each one of their boats, and you know, we have many fun stories to tell. You know, Jack throwing it in reverse, and I ended up in a drink, and yeah, it was a good one. Charlie Brown from Port Gamble was coming across the Hood Canal Bridge, and he gets on his CB in his van, and he goes, "Who was that just went in a drink?" Well, I went down here, and I come up out here on the other side of the boat that I was gonna go jump on. Our other deckhand was looking over. I don't see him anywhere. I'm climbing up the backside of the other boat going, "I'm all right. I'm right here." But, you know, those are the fun times I had with the family on the water. You know, a lot of great memories, sockeye fishing and you know, Kaya. I wear a Yankees hat, you know. I love it. And but those are some of the ties and some of the stories I have with this family, and I'm truly honored to be here and to help uplift the family once again, you know. So with that, we're gonna share a couple of songs and Hottinson. So we'll do the paddle song, and then we'll close out with We Are One. Okay. You know, when I was asked to do this, that song come to me thinking that this is what we need to share. When I was first learning how to make paddles, Kurt says, Hammer, I want one of your paddles. I hear you make paddles. That's why I learning how to make them. And by the way, we have there's a raffle going on in the tribe, and I donated a paddle to it. He says, where do I get tickets? And that's the first thing he did is he bought tickets. And then he ended up winning this paddle. I got a call from Kurt, and he was telling me, guess what? It's like, what? I have one of your paddles now. So, you know, that was, it's been some time ago, but, you know, Kurt's always, he was always had a handshake for me, you know, even when I wasn't doing the right thing or making the right choices. But, you know, he always took care of me. He always would tell me, you know, anytime you need help, Hammer, let me know. I'll always be here to help you. And, you know, it was a tough couple of days before I got to see the family, but I was glad I got to come and see you all, come share some time with you. I love you guys with all my heart, and you know, the next song that we're gonna do is something that we were asked to share. We Are One, and we got Luana Arakawa here. I'm grateful she's here today because she gives us that right to share this song, to share it. And, you know, on behalf of the family, we get to share. We are one with each and every one of you. Thank you all for staying until the end. Great teaching. Hotmanson. At this time, our brother Broseph here, Joe, I call him Broseph. As we were singing, he had an eagle feather in his drum, and they hit the floor, and he wants to come up here and take care of this.
Like many things, like I said, I've been given a lot of things, and the last time I used my square drum there, I was gifted an eagle feather, and it was in there, and like like the teachings say, you need to make sure you take care of your gear and you make sure it's secure. And I thought about it just as we were getting into that last part of the song. And then Wes picked it up for me because it fell out. But I had just looked at it, like I was trying to grab it with my finger and it fell out. But I want to gift this to Elaine. I'll bring it to you. And as part of the teachings, as no disrespect to the host, I want to pay the host. I want them to know that there's no disrespect here, and that it was, things happen, and this had just happened, and no disrespect. So I want to call up Hawk. Mac. And we usually recognize a youth, so if I could have a youth from the family come up. And then for our elder, and I'll bring it to you, Elaine. I have my feather. Again, it's no disrespect to the host here. it's one of those things that there's an oversight. I remembered it at the last second, and Hottinson.
Once again, my ties are pretty deep here in Jamestown, and I used to talk with Ron when I'd see him and let him know that my grandfather was James Cook Sr. And, just recently, I got to come out here and, volunteer at the cemetery for the markers and stuff like that, and it gave me great honor to come and represent my family from the Cook family here in Jamestown. And, I tried to represent all our families from the Macaw side of my family to the Elwha side of my family to the Jamestown side of my family. We were always taught to explain where we come from, so that people know who we are. These are the things that I try to pass on to my nephews and my nieces, and even a great uncle. And man, so. But I looked around today and I seen some of the fishermen from the 80s, Rod Charles, Joe Luce, Roger Bain, all these guys, that fished with us in CQ, and man, we were a pretty close family when it come to fisheries, and those were just a few to name. And with that, I want to thank you once again. I want to send my love and condolences from our Charles family to you. all Hotninson.
All right. Well, thank you. Cousin Mark. Hammer. I got to get it in my head to make sure I'm not calling people out by their nicknames and might confuse people. And used to, Bear or Gator or, you name the list goes on and on and on. So it's in Indian country, everybody's got a nickname. So depends on who you are. So as we're getting ready to turn it over to the family, I did want to, because we're going to, couple of the family members would like to say a few words, and I'm looking at the boss lady too to make sure that I'm not skipping over anybody. But while the family, if it, I really appreciate what'd you call him, Brofus, I think. What is it? Bros. So Joseph Prince for taking care of business. That's important. That's good teachings. And so I appreciate you doing that and explaining that to people what's happened there. That's a big common thread theme for today is, I keep hearing teaching the next generation, the seventh generation, learning the different things that they're told from their elders, from their family, from, whoever, your mentors. If I ever make a mistake, my Parker family ain't gonna be shy about telling me, putting me in my spot. So, I always try to make sure that I doing the right thing here. And if I do, they'll be the first to tell me that, oh, you should have done this, or you should have done that, or might have done it this way. So, sometimes it can be harsh, but that's the criticisms, and that's how you learn, and that's how we're taught. So, at any rate, I do want to ask the family if they could start. We'll have them stand up, but while you're getting ready to do that, Mark brought a good point. We also been hearing this a lot today too. The heyday of the '80s, that was the salmon fisheries. That's what I grew up on when I was with the family a few days ago up at Terry's house. In my mind, I'm thinking Julie G. I'm thinking Johan. I'm thinking Kraken. I know people by their. Sometimes I lose their names over time, but I know and especially the non-macaw boats. I know the bow pickers. Because that was the fishery that we participated in, where there was shared UNA in the Straits of Wanapauka, especially when it came to sockeye fishery. So I know Kurt had his bow picker. Fred and Elaine had the Julie G. Jack, I know you had a boat. At least I think you had a boat. I apologize if I lost the name on it, but one of these times, me and my brother out there, and we're fishing a line, and I seen somebody moving over on the Canadian side, and I was like, well, that's weird. I don't remember any, because they do the purse seining, right? And so they don't have the stern pickers or the bow pickers like we do. I'm sitting there watching that boat, and I'm watching. I'm like, oh, that's weird, man. That's that somebody's way over there. I said that's got to be a purse seiner, but where'd it come from all of a sudden? Then we're back in the back picking, and I just remember seeing that boat, and it's getting closer. I'm like, what the heck? And I never did ask him it, but I could have sworn it was Kurt's. It was Kurt's bow picker. I never did ask him that. I guess the statute of limitations or way beyond, because that would have been in the mid to late 80s. So yeah. But anyway, I want to, natural resources, salmon. Obviously, it's hard not to have that conversation without talking about Billy Frank. Our longtime chairman of the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, Billy Frank. Just a few weeks ago, the governor signed a bill that would place the statue of Billy Frank in the National Statuary Hall, the U.S. Capitol. And it's always, Billy would have not been about the statue. It's all about the tribes, the next generation, our treaty rights, the natural resources. Everything you heard today was all tied to that. But I got a Billy Frank quote here that I thought would be fitting for Kurt as we say our goodbyes. At the end of your life, you should be able to see the salmon running, see the clams squirting, and see the sustainability of our land, sustainability of medicines, and the huckleberries, all of our medicines. It can never disappear. And to me, the reason why I chose that as a quote to use for today is Kurt was really the embodiment of that statement. As Chairman Allen, as you stated, he was the point man on all things natural resources. That's who you went to. The conversation about, I forget who brought it up, but somebody mentioned Ron may not have been dialed in, but that 5 minutes before the meeting, Kurt got him briefed up to speed, and then Ron runs with it. So, quick read. So, but he relied on Kurt in that regard. So he did what he could to ensure our resources don't disappear and that they would be there for future generations, for our next generation, for that 7th generation. So I'll just conclude with that, and I'll ask the family if they could stand up. And I know Julie and Michael would like to say a few words, and I'm just want to make sure I'm okay. I can bring the mic out to you, Julie, if you'd like. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. And while Julie's coming up here, Mark, can you come back up? I apologize. I missed this one. So, if you wouldn't mind, Mark. So, Mark, the family would like to present with you, wrap you with a blanket. They really appreciate the time that you came and spent with the family, the words you shared, prayers, songs, pulling everybody together to close out with our traditional songs. So, Mark, we can't thank you enough. Really appreciate you stepping up and doing what you've been doing for years now. So, let's go. Okay. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Julie Grinnell. Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, wait a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, it was me. Get this mask off. I want to thank every one of you for coming here and sharing with us the stories of my brother, my little brother. Our hearts are so heavy, as all of yours, our cousins and friends, and these are my kids behind me. I have a lawyer, I have a communication specialist, I have a firefighter in Seattle Airport, I have Sequim Fire Department. I was a single mom, and Kurt and Terry and my brother and my mom and dad and their family helped me raise them. We did well. It's because they gave us strength, our family. I just wanted you to see what Kurt helped us do. Even though he was doing all this out here, he made time for us. He called me, Julie, what are we doing for Easter? I said, Kurt, it's COVID. What are we doing? I says, well, I guess we're going to have it outside. He says, what are we going to eat? That was Kurt. Just got to pull the family together and keep it together. You know, we're all so important. And all of you gave us the strength. And thank you so much for giving us the strength. Because God, this is hard. I've never known a pain. I've seen you people go through it, and I've never known it. You can't explain it, I know. You don't know what to say to us, but you have. You've held us up. And I know it's not going to be easy coming together at dinner tables and stuff, but we're going to do it because he'd want us to pull our bootstraps up and keep going. So we will for him and for our kids and for each other. Thank you so much. And you guys tell your loved ones you love them. If you think about them, call them. I called him a few minutes too late. Sent him a text. He didn't get back to me. But I know he's here. I'm going to miss the heck out of him. He was my strength, and he's given me the strength to come up here because I'm not really a speaker, but he's going to make me one because I'm going to be here for you guys. I'm going to go out and I'm going to be here for the tribe, and I'm in the management of the dental clinic, and that means so much to me. But I'm going to be here for everybody. Love you all for coming. Thank you so much.
So I wasn't planning on speaking today, so I didn't write anything down. Hindsight would have been a great idea. I got a lot of things from Uncle Kurt, public speaking and smarts, obviously not one of them. But I just wanted to mention the impact that he had on more than just us, but all of you guys, all of our family members. I mean, so many different careers that follow Uncle Kurt's passion. Child welfare, fisheries, accountant with the tribe, doctor, you're preserving our culture. Sarah, fantastic parent. Kids were so important to him. Kaya, a lawyer for a tribe. Uncle Kurt's legacy does live on through us. And I didn't realize how much it does until I kind of reflected on him just today. You take him for granted, but he really does just impact you without you even knowing it. And the beautiful thing about Uncle Kurt is after he passed, there were no regrets. Time, obviously, but you knew where you stood with him. You knew how he felt about you, and you knew how you felt about him. He was the type of person that would always tell you that. And that's absolutely amazing. So like my mom said, be that type of person. Tell your loved ones you love them, you care about them. Show that every day. When you pass away, don't let that be a regret. Live like Uncle Kurt. Thank you.
You have to bear with me. I had to write a bunch of this down. I'll see if I make it through it. My name's Michael. Uncle Kurt was my uncle. Just starting off, I just wish I could say I was a talented speaker like Uncle Kurt, like John said. That would be cool to have inherited that. I don't know anybody that could shoot from the hip like he could. Literally walk into a room and 10 seconds later give an amazing speech that everybody was applauding. And finish off that perfect smile, and then everybody's friends. It was amazing. I'm just gonna go over like a few lessons I learned from Uncle Kurt over the years. Some were lessons from Uncle Kurt. Some of them were at Uncle Kurt's expense. Like why not to touch a bug zapper. That was really funny. Or this one time when we were in Uncle Kurt's backfield, and I remember I was real little. I'd never seen a skunk cabbage before. It's just this weird yellow-looking plant. I go, oh, Mom's with me. I go, Mom, what is that thing? She goes, oh, that's a skunk cabbage. You stay away from that. Uncle Kurt says they're really spicy. And I go, well, she said, yeah, I tricked him into eating a skunk cabbage once, and he says they're really hot. So never tried a skunk cabbage. Some of my favorite memories are after our big cousin sleepovers. All 9 of us cram over at Uncle Kurt and Aunt Terry's house, and in the mornings was always the big pancake breakfast afterwards, and Uncle Kurt always loved whipping up those pancakes, and they go, hey, go take your plate over there. We go across the room with the plate, and we're like, okay. I mean, we stand in line, or what's up? He goes, heads up, and take it right out of the pan, toss a pancake at you, and sometimes you catch them, sometimes you don't, but I don't want to toot my own horn, but to this day, I rarely ever use a spatula with a pancake. It's a lot of our fondest memories come from just a large family growing up. So many kids in the family, so many contributing aunts and uncles, grandmas, grandpas. So it was an all hands on deck. I mean, between Uncle Jack and Uncle Kurt and all the extreme sports they had us doing, there was no shortages of smiles, tears, band-aids, and casts. We'd be paintballing, dirt biking, doing the world's fastest lake inner tubes, or just out on the fishing boats. And those are something that'll stick with me for the rest of my life. One funny one was this one time, Uncle Jack, Uncle Kurt, and the gang, they all took us up to Crystal Mountain. Let's say I'm about 11 years old. How many of us went up? 7 go up, 5 come back and cast. I think that was like how 5 of us broke our wrists. It was all pretty high tempo. Mom wasn't happy about that one. Quite often go paintballing with Uncle Kurt as a kid. And at first we start off, we found a spot with a group over the Elwha Bridge, and it's pretty new to, I think it was quite literally day one. Can't even remember who we were up against, but they were better than I was by a lot. And I remember we were pinned down behind a log. It was some pretty heavy, suppressing fire. It's paintball, but it's suppressing fire. And we're both behind this log. He's like, hey, Mike, I need you to take off running that way, bud. You're going to draw their fire. And I'm going to cover you, and it's going to be fine. We need to make it behind that bunker. And are you sure, Uncle Kurt? Yeah, I'm positive. And I couldn't sit down for a couple days after that one, but sometimes it worked. In his defense, sometimes it worked. Sometimes he'd have us up paintballing at Ken's house. It's a retired Vietnam Navy SEAL. That guy was a good shot. I'll say. But those were some good times, some good lessons. And last night we had a great big shrimp boil with the family, and it kind of brought back some of the old memories on the fishing boats where you'd pull up a fresh haul, boil it up right then and there. Everyone sits down after a hard day of work, and you just stuff yourself silly. I just love that. So you learn a lot from the men you grew up with, the role models that you watch. Some of the traits you pick up on, and some of the traits you inherit. I don't know if Cliff, are you here today? Prince? Oh man, okay, good. He would have laughed at me for this one. I don't know if he remembers the last time I went crabbing with him, but I think I supplied more in the bait cup than he did with those squid that he brought. It was the worst seasickness of my life. I had to sit in the parking lot for 3 hours before I could drive home. But I heard Uncle Kurt had a rough go of it when he was starting out fishing too, so maybe that's where I inherited it from. But Uncle Kurt, he was the kind of guy, he lived his life in a way that built up a great house of tribe, of community, and above all, it was family. And he put in the groundwork to make sure that if this house was ever shaken, it would never fall. And he succeeded. And you gain a lot of character growing up with role models like Uncle Kurt. You gain a lot of character that you can call upon when things get tough. Couldn't have asked for better men to look up to, like Uncle Kurt and Uncle Jack. You learn that it might get hard, but you keep on pushing. It might get dark, but you'll find your way. The odds may be against you, but you're still breathing. Uncle Kurt strived to give everybody around him and everybody he knew a beautiful life, and he succeeded.
Fortunately, I did learn how to read. In our service, we say that you are lost but never forgotten. Rest well, Uncle Kurt. We'll take it from here. Thank you.
You know, everybody talks about my grandma's storytelling. She's this world-renowned storyteller. But you know, Uncle Kurt was this great storyteller too. He was the best campfire storyteller there was. We'd go out around the lake and get after a long day of playing, that campfire get going, and Kurt start talking, and Kurt's so animated. His eyes would get big, his eyebrows go up, that smile, and he knew exactly when to pause. If anybody ever heard, I'm sure everybody in this room has heard a story from Kurt, and hands down, they're right up there with Grandma's. And he would have us on the edge of our seats, and the older I got and the more I listened to his stories, I thought to myself, that sounds an awful lot like one of those war stories out of my history book, or the latest horror movie out there that he chiled down for everybody. But he was always a riot, and we were always so happy to be around Uncle Kurt. And I have to say, in all seriousness, I would not be who I am today without him. Sorry, it's really hard. Tears of appreciation for Kurt and Terry, Jack and Michelle, my grandparents. When I was 18 and I graduated high school, I went off to school in New York, and I came home after that first semester, and damn it, I did not want to go back. And Kurt and Terry sat me down at the kitchen table, and they had a conversation with me, and they said, it's okay, you don't have to do this. There's other things you can do. But there are 8 little ones looking up to you, and they're watching what you're doing. And I thought about it, and I mustered up the courage to go back. And Kurt and Jack and my mom and Michelle and Terry, they got me to the airport at 0:30 in Port Angeles Airport. And I got there, and there was a suburb, SUVs were out there, and all 8 of the kids were out there to see me leave, to remind me what I was going for. And Kurt was always there for that, to remind me what I was going for, what I was doing, and I always knew he had my back, and to make sure that I wouldn't regret things. And I dabbled in child welfare as an attorney, and and ended up foster guardianshiping 3 kids who loved Kurt so much. And we'd be on our way home after we'd be over here, and my oldest daughter, Brooklyn, guess what Uncle Kurt taught me? Would always come from the back of the ride. Oh God, what did Uncle Kurt teach you? And it was always something good, and even thumb wars, thumb war, and she'd be in the car, and I beat Uncle Kurt. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, and I'd go with it. He was always so good natured and so loving, and I am so glad that I had my baby in January and he was able to hold her. And I'm sorry that I didn't get a picture of it. And so when you're with your loved ones, remember to take pictures, because I am the worst at it. And now I have that one regret that I don't have that. But I did get to see him out of the corner of my eye hiding Easter eggs this Easter for my kids. And I had to laugh to myself because he's been doing that for 30 some odd years, because he was hiding them from me when I was a baby. And here he is 35 years later, hiding them from my kids. And it's just 35 years wasn't enough with him, but I'm grateful for it. And Terry, you're not going anywhere. You're in it with us for the long haul. When you married him, you married all of us. So for forever and ever, we love you. And Lonnie and Jane, we're here for you no matter what. And Grandma, I am so sorry, because it's my worst nightmare to bury my child. And Grandpa. And we love you. And we are all here for you. And we are all going to continue to get together just like Kurt wanted us to, as a family, like we have been. And some of us are just going to have to remember to start those text chains of when we're meeting up and where we're meeting up and who's bringing what. It'll just be a little bit different. There's just going to be a little light missing in the room. It's just going to be in a little bit of all of us. So for everyone who's come here, thank you so much. Thank you for being a part of our lives, for being a part of my uncle's life, for being a part of his work. And for those who are going to carry that on, thank you so much. To create that legacy, as our cousin Marlon said. He's going to have one heck of a legacy. And it's because of everybody who he's touched and who is going to continue on his work, his genuineness, and just, I hope we all remember to take a little piece of Kurt with us and treat others how he was so great at treating. And, thank you.
I want to say a few words. I'm not great at this either, but Uncle Kurt was full of kindness, stability. We have all went to him. We have all gone to him when we're in need, and I just really want to thank the girls for sharing him. There's a lot of great weekends, and so thank you for that. And he'll be so missed. Thank you for coming out.
Come on. Okay.
Aici scoaci ainu extiam staja. Haquineth, since na. Just a sticlam to Sklimson. Monku I achin stachi. Mankuat, Hatnungsan, for all of you being here today. There's one thing I've learned in my culture, it's that with any event, it's important to stay to the end, to bear witness, to recount, and for everybody who's watching, and for everybody who's here, to remember what was said and what transpired, and take that with you and tell the story. He was bigger than one man. He had two names, Pachuelis de Stihlam. Remember that. Remember his name, Pachuelis de Stihlam. And he wore that with honor. Hatnungsan.
My name is Jaden, formerly Grinnell Bosick. I'm not the vice chairwoman. I'm the one who never got gold. Got a great man, though, out of it. And some awesome boys and lots of stories. And because we had this amazing father, and it's been said a lot that he was kind of a shared dad. His heart was so full, though, that I think I can speak for my sister when I say we were never cheated. He gave himself fully to each and every person who he was making eye contact with. He was present with you in that moment. And I'm echoing other people in saying that. And I think for me, as I walk through this new phase of our lives, and maybe one of the most difficult parts is going to be dwelling on the fact that I have to walk through a world without him in it. But what we all, I think, need to remember, because you guys are here for hours, you cleared your entire schedule to be here. That shows your love and devotion to him and people online. And I know that people have things to do and commitments and childcare and things, and I full respect for that. Thank you all for staying here, but please remember that we had the world with him in it. We knew this world, and we know that it is better because he was. And thank you for showing your love and devotion to us because you were devoted to him. Those relationships and connections that he wove with you have been a bridge over this turbulent water that we are now just riding the trough. Obviously, I'm the fisherman of the two. That's why I got away with the whole quitting shooting thing, because I married a fisherman. He's like, oh, okay. But thank you. There are no adequate words, I think, in any language to express the humble gratitude that we feel. And I wish that there was, so that this feeling that I have could be put into your hearts and communicated adequately. Unfortunately, it just can't, and you're going to have to take my clever word for it. But that smile, that laugh, that sneaky sense of humor, always at someone else's expense. But he could always laugh back. If you got him, then you got him good. But thank you. Thank you for being here for us. Thank you for being there for him. And thank you for being and continuing on his legacy.
Looks like I better watch myself on council for the future here. Uh-oh, we got a good orator here.
Vote for Jaden at some point in the future.
Yeah. Wait a second. Let me finish out my term first. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Ait Tongan, as we say in our language. My name's Lonnie Grinnell Grenninger, and I am the firstborn. And I don't take that lightly. And gosh, it's hard. I mean, Jaden said it all already. I'm just so grateful for everyone here today. I actually didn't think I was going to get up and speak today. And just from all of the wonderful stories and encouraging words and just your presence here made me feel strong enough to be up here. And I'm really grateful for that. And I want you all to know that, like we said it in our letter, every text, Facebook message, email, call, visit, cards, food, flowers, it really encouraged us. My faith, our family, our friends, you all are getting us through this. You're getting me through this. And I'm just so grateful. I can speak on behalf of Jaden and I. I'm the older sister, so I can take some liberties. That we have no regrets when it comes to our father. No regrets whatsoever. And Jaden and I actually, we were in contact with him. Jaden, the day before he passed, had fun, long conversation till 10:30 at night, telling Brock stories and how funny he is, and the twins are so funny. The grandkids brought him a lot of joy, as all you grandparents know. And I had contact with him the day of his passing. And I was with Ron and Diane. We were opening up a meeting for First Federal Board meeting. We were at the hotel, and Ron says, "Come on, Lonnie, I'm going to take you and you're going to help me open up the meetings." That's teachings right there from your elders. Your elders drag you along, right? And they put you out in there. Go out there, Lonnie, go do it. And I ran into, and I apologize, I forget his last name, but his name is Steve. He works for First Federal on the board. And he says, "Oh, your dad's Kurt Grinnell." And I said, "Yeah, yeah." And he goes, "Oh, I just think the world of your dad." And I says, "Well, I know I'm biased, but I think so too." And I love that I get to say that. I'm so glad I get to say that. And I've said that a lot because so many people have told me before, "Oh, you're Kurt Grinnell's daughter." That's how I'll always be remembered, right? Not Lonnie. "Oh, you're Kurt Grinnell's daughter." And I always get to say the same thing over and over. I know I'm biased, but I'm also right. And I feel the same way. He's pretty neat. But I just love being able to say that. No regrets. No regrets. And I love saying that. I want to be able to share a song with you all because sometimes words are hard to say, and I can feel that starting in myself right now. And I feel strong when I sing. And this is a grateful song that I wrote. I believe it was given to me by the Creator, thanking the Creator for the sunshine, especially for today, thanking the Creator for the earth that gives us everything that we need. And then, of course, being thankful for friends and relatives that always come together and in love and in support. And you have been that love and support for us since this happened. And I want to be able to share that gratitude in a strong and good way. Haning satia squaquai. Haning satia squaquai. Haning satia squaquai. Haning satia squaquai. Haning satia shatangwang. Haning satia shatangwang. Haning satia shatangwang. Haning satia shatangwang. Haning satia shaya chan. Haning satia shaya chan. Haning satia shaya chan. Haning Stacia, Stria, Cha. Whoa, oh, oh, Nixon Nostratia. I sang that song for for opening that board meeting. So the day that he passed, I was singing this grateful song. And I know that he would want us to continue walking in gratitude. And I'm going to do that. And just to bring some quick levity, it was the next day or two. It was 2 days after his passing. And you get the teachings rolling through your head. And he gave us a lot of teachings. And the one that I woke up, my eyes opened, and what I heard was, get up and go brush your teeth because you want to keep your own as long as you can. My dad, take care of yourself, take care of your teeth. It's very important. But I just love that that's one of the first things that rolled through my head. Really? Brushing your teeth? That's still a good thing. Brush your teeth, everybody. But my dad was so amazing. Our dad was amazing. He was loving. He was funny. He was everything. And I'm just so glad that we were able to give tribute to him today. Before Jade and I step off, we want to make sure that we blanket our MC because this was important work. So we want to blanket you, Justin, on behalf of the Grinnell family for being here and supporting us, meeting with us, talking all of this through with us, and being here today and facilitating.
Oh, thank you. Let's go.
I think it's your turn now. Yep. Gosh, I'm one of those.
Click go. So I guess at this time, we'd like the family to stand. And I'm just want to make sure that we're not overlooking anybody here as well. Want to make sure. Yeah, I get it.
Well, I know that I shouldn't be speaking after all of the family here because I know that I'm not as good as they are, that's for sure, at their young age. But it was fun seeing them go through the throes of taking on that talent, and it was ingrained through your father, and he started out real young too, and so I'm so happy to see everybody. It's not as if these words weren't already said today, but from my heart to yours, for your time, for your efforts to get here, for the expense. I just want to say that coat got me down. No, with this mask. No, but I just wanted to say that, like everyone else has said, we appreciate that. Kurt's smiling, I know it. He's just smiling and thinking, go ahead, Ma. He said, yes. You know, he was the best kid to raise. Oh, Jack was good too. Yeah. But he was 4 years older, so he knew more. But, you know, these kids have brought a great deal to our hearts, Fred and I, and we just want you all to know that you appreciate them just as much as we have, and that I can't say that, you know, I don't have a regret, but I can say that I'm just so honored to have the privilege to have that child in our lives. I know Jack and he and Julie all had great times together. And I know that they're still having a great time together. And so, you know, like these kids have said, you'll never forget them. The pain will become a little less. And I'm so happy about that because it's very, very painful. And, you know, this is something that's rather unusual. But I'm sitting on a blanket that has, we wrote down the date 1970 from Terry and Kurt. And it said happy birthday to me. But you know, I didn't look at, I looked at the box and I could see the wonderful design on it. And that was enough. And then I sat down to enjoy their company. And that was the most exciting part of it. And it's never been opened before until today. And I'm sorry I'm so late in telling you thank you. But does 1970 ring a bell to you? Yeah. But you know that things like that happen in big families. But you know, I really, really did enjoy your company and his as well. And birthday gifts, you know where this came from? The cedar bough that each one of us, I think, received came from Cape Alava. And someone took the time to go out there and pick these and took the time to nourish them and bring them in here to make us feel better. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise all my relatives and friends out there at Neah Bay. I've got some truly, truly very close friends and relatives out there. And we don't get together enough. Let us all take this as a lesson. Like these kids said, they're kids to me. When you're 85, I guess they're kids. Anyway, take that lesson. And go ahead and say to your loved ones, hey, I love ya. It never cheapens. Say it every day. Hey, just want you to know. Take care. then you won't, if you have to go through that pain, at least you've already said it. And then enjoy what you have had. Don't try to regret things you're not going to have in the future. Because we can live in the past. That's what we're doing, living in the past. We're just waiting for our ancestors to do what they want to do to us. When they call us, we're going to go. He was called. Can't say I like it. But I've got these kids around here. I'm so appreciative that each one of them can get up. Like I did to Julie one time, go out to Neil Bay, and I said, I have to go the other direction. I said, you go out to Neil Bay and you tell them how sorry we are for their loss. She says, Mom, I can't give a speech. I says, you talk to Ed Caplanoho. He'll help you. Tell him it's your first time. She went out there and she cried and all that. She straightened up and she gave the speech that she was supposed to give. So with a gentle hand, we have to assist them in that way. Other people care too about your kids, your people, yourselves. I think that's the wonderful part of being here. That is just so wonderful. Each one of you have given your time, your love, and energy. And we can't thank you enough for that. GI. All my relatives are loving. Thank you for coming. Thank everybody for coming. All my relatives, all my friends. We stand here before you. We give you all of our love. We just give it all. We want you to remain happy. We want you to remain happy, just as we're going to be, maybe later on. Thank you very much.
Wow. I don't know how you all do it, but you guys just did an amazing job to be able to come up here and say a few words. So on behalf of the family, Grinnell family, I want to thank you, each and every one of you who have come to celebrate the life of Kurt Grinnell. Your words and songs have lifted the family. These moments will be remembered. What the family heard today, a lot of stories, a lot of teachings, and that's going to carry them through this season. May he be forever in our hearts. Keep one another in thoughts and prayers. And again, thank you. Let go. Please drive home safely. Sure. Yes, yes.